So details para seguir a agenda oferta para ficar a agenda e mais para and I look forward to the nice training that's that's Thank you very much. But I think that this is not something about, so it's not bad, it's just not right. Well, I think it's the direction of signals of the person and the purpose of today's consultation is to just talk to you about the relevant position and provision, and just find out from the people of the Northern Cape what can be benefit from the what are the challenges, what opportunities, what have you not been seen, and what can they have the commission. But basically, what I'm going to listen as we start to implement the last framework. But I was wondering if you could get it already, because I thought they don't take this promises at the start. It is really things that show up as well.
But we were told that we brought the rain. So when we go, the sun will be back. So I think the sooner we leave the Northern Cape, the better, so that you can generate us electricity from the sun. But having said that, before I could actually start with the program of the day, I thought that we've got a few people to acknowledge. Of course, the Executive Director of the Presidential Climate Commission, Dr. Crispian Olva, accompanied by a team, Dr. Olva. Yes. And he has been in the sector very well. He's a very close friend of your premier. You can tell Dr. Saul that you are with his friend. And then we've got the two commissioners from the PCC, being Commissioner Dr. Bongani Mwale. He's not a medical doctor. So if you get sick here, we're taking you to Babalelo Clinic, not to Dr. Mwale. And then we've got also with us Mr. Mbulaini Mbodi, who's also a commissioner. And for your interest, Dr. Mwale comes from civic associations and Mr. Mbodi comes from the workers. So we've got other commissioners, but I think when they present, they can tell you where the other commissioners are. We had a meeting with the president until 6 yesterday. So when we say we know the president, we're not name dropping. We're really meeting from time to time. And I can show you the pictures later about that. But without much ado, I want to then say that we've got with us the Office of the Premier, we've got the Northern Cape Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Development, the Department of Environment, Economic Development and Tourism, we've got the Department of Cooperative Governance, we've got representatives of Makua, we've got representatives of the various political parties, the youth organizations. We've got a lot of people following us from around the country on our live streaming platforms. And some of them will even comment when they're not from here. So when somebody from Mpumalanga comments, don't say that it is our time, can Mpumalanga keep quiet. They're also helping you to plan better. But I'll come back and introduce more and more of our dignitaries. But I think that for the purposes of the apology, the executive mayor of David Kramper municipality was supposed to be here, but you know that the last week of the month is difficult. They've got a mayoral committee because next week, Thursday, is a holiday. So they meet the Thursdays before. So they've moved their meeting by a week, but they've confirmed that once they're done with the mayor and a few of the MMCs will join, and you can ask other questions like potholes, and that has got nothing to do with the commission. But we guarantee you the mayor will be here, and we promise the mayor that they will be treated with some respect. So the mayor and a few of the councillors will be joining. But so that we can start with the program, I've got the district municipality here to welcome us, ZF district. And let me take this opportunity to call Stelo Mbondenzi from the district to come and welcome us. And then as Barre approaches the podium, the lights on the car CVY317NC, the lights are on. And you know the batteries of the tires is not very strong. So please go and switch off the lights, otherwise we're gonna push you out of this. But in the same breath, Babu Stelo, thank you very much, colleagues. And you can clap hands for me also.
thank you for the honor to do the welcoming. Nou, die mensen sal verbazen, hoe praat die man dan nog Engels dan of samen ons comrades? Because they will say, these men praat dan Afrikaans met ons, hoe kom verwelkom ons dan en Engels en dan denken hulle, soos hy wil by die TV is of soos wat hy wil parlement toe gaan. Nee. Maar welkom familie. Ik denk die bijeenkomst, ik wil eerst, voor ik je verwelkom, die kanselaar van de wijk vraag, mama Komasi, laat je net die komen van de is, als haar wijk die. Maar baie dankie dat je tijd gemaakt hebt om te komen. Nou, die regering, zijn verantwoordelijkheid, als om samen ons te praten en ons onze weergave voor de regering geven. Nou, als de regering komt naar ons toe, dan moet ons daar wees. Ons moet daar wees. En als we zoveel als in die zaal bedoelen, dat is een grote uitdaging van die just transition komt zeer voor ons. Wat denkt ons? Wat moet die commissie en de regering doen? Nou besluit ons, nou maak ons goeders hier zo. Dan vragen die mensen, waar was hij vergadering geweest? Nee, hij was hier bij Michael Bongela. Maar baie dankie, welkom mensen. Wat hulle se tyd uitgekoop het nou vir comrade Blessing gesê. Ons kom van die jeuglig af. Moenie dink omdat ons goed is. Ons kom van die jeuglig af. Nou, hulle is in Johannesburg en soos in Upington. Ek het hom gesê, jongens, goed dat hulle gekom het. Dat hulle die reën vir ons bring. Gister het ons gedink dit sal reën nie. Maar vanoggend dan reën dit. Maar ons sê baie dankie vir die delegasie van die premier se kantoor af. Ons waardeer dit baie en die president se kantoor af. Ons het dit tussen ons meneer Blessing het voorgestel zijn delegatie. Ons het ook hier zo meneer advocaat Innocent Tulani Binase van de premierse kantoor. Hij zal ook met jullie praten later die dag. Ons willen voor hem verwelkomen. Kan ons voor hem aan het tap geven. En ons welkom al onze gemeenschap mensen, leiderschap. Die feit dat die is een leiderschap in onze gemeenschap. Praat, dus u ziet, praat Afrikaans met u. Kom praat Afrikaans, niet bang is. Als Blessing Engels praat, praat je Afrikaans met u. Advocaat Tulani Binase ken Afrikaans in Engels, en Tswana en Xhosa. So jullie kan enige taal. Ik wil toe meneer Malo voor mij zei 2 weken terug, hij vliegt Johannesburg toe. He's going to Johannesburg. The president's office have given him the notice. And he showed me the flight tickets. I said, oh, President Ramaphosa, I thought you know each other very well. Now you're inviting Mr. Malo. And he said to me, today will be this gathering. And advocate called me and said, we are here at Michael Bongela. And I came here, I saw him, he said, do you see now, I speak the truth. You must elect me as the next councillor. I said, really, you must elect you as the next councillor, Mr. Malo. You talk the truth. But thank you very much. The input en insette wat ons sal lewer, sal nie net insette sê. Ons weet ons sê altyd nee, was net 'n pratery. As ernstig, as belangrike goede vir die verandering van Suid-Afrika, hoe ons ons dinge sal doen. Sal ons nog steeds kool gebruik, gaan ons nog steeds die gebruik voor onze kracht. Ons het mos 'n probleem oor krag. Suid-Afrika het 'n probleem van krag. So beteken ons moet nou kyk wat sal nu onze mense affekteer. So u is welkom hier so praat. Blessing is 'n oop man. Almal wat die jeuglige afkom. The one who was groomed in the youth league does not get angry and agitated. He has the whole patient. Nee, ons is geduldig ons in die jeuglige. Wat jy nie in die jeuglige was, jy sal ongeduldig is. Ons wat in die jeuglige was, is geduldig, want ons verstaan wat jy sê en luister jou. Mama Komasi, verwelkom die mense in jou wijken, asseblief. Kansela Komasi.
Wow. Oh, man. Goedemorgen allemaal. Good morning all. We are here in the Northern Cape, and in the Northern Cape we speak Afrikaans. It's better for all here in the Northern Cape. Before I welcome you all Ek wil dit noem. Ek wil dit noem. Ek is ongelukkig. Ek is ongelukkig as die kanselaar van wijk 7. I'm very, very, very upset because it's my ward. And I don't know this program. Here's my house. So, moet my nie undermine nie. Die persoon wat die program georganiseer het, moet my nie undermine nie. Want as jy my nie nou 5 to 9 gebel het nie, sou ek nie geweet het, dis 'n program nie. So ek is baie, baie ongelukkig. Enige iets wat in die week in plaas van, laat weet my. I am Councillor Komazi of Ward 7. So laat weet my asseblief. Want ek kon vanmôre vir julle hier uitgekom gooi het, want dit is my week die. Ek kon hier ingekom het en vir julle gekom sê, go out. I don't know what's happening here. It's my word here. So, ek wil vir almal sê baie dankie. Wat sal die dag moontlik maak met die event wat ek eens ken, wat se event is dit? So ek is nou hier so. En so voelvry. Kom ons luister en kom ons lewer inputs soos meneer Mbondezi gesê het en kom ons vat aan waar ons kan sien ons kan 'n verandering ook maak. Baie dankie.
Thank you very much, Tate Mbondezi, Mr. Mbondezi. And once again, thank you very much, Councillor. And Councillor, I don't want to wait for the executive director to stand up and come and apologize. And I think that as the MC, I can do that. I'll give him a few more minutes. He'll really apologize. And as the Presidential Climate Commission, we are very sorry that in the organization of the event, we have left out the councillor. Actually, you should have been welcoming us. You should have helped us to mobilize other people. You should have helped us to bring in the business that you know. And you meet the communities more than us. And you probably know better what their needs are and what the climate change local challenges are. So on behalf of the commission, we profusely apologize. And I think that as we conclude, we'll identify other ways of coming back, other ways of working with the municipality in smaller groups, and of sharing information, and of even possibly creating a space where the half of this hall can continue to raise awareness. But as I said, we are very, very sorry for what has happened, and we promise that would never happen. But we also believe that as a mother and as a leader, you only get angry for 1 minute. I've seen my mother slapped me in the one bum and give me sweets in the mouth. So we are very thankful that you are very angry, but with the heartfelt of a mother, you're for good. And also as a comrade, as I said, that when you get too angry, you don't take the right decisions. It blinds you. So Baya Danki, Councillor. As I move forward, I just want, before we call Mr. Moale, let me quickly run us through the program. And then if you've got other ideas, because it's a consultation and a hearing, if you want got other better ideas, you can raise them and we can amend the program. It is more of a framework. We'll call basically Dr. Alva, and I don't want to come and repeat what he has said, but as the most senior member of the Secretariat, to also just come and say a few words. And then after Dr. Alva, we would have Dr. Moale, who's our commissioner from Civic Society, just giving us in like 5 slides what the commission has been this year, but in one kumbi. And then after that, we'll have presentations by the three departments driving economic development, climate change, and environment. And then we'll interact with them because we just want to have a sense of what is the province doing. But also because a lot of you get feedback from municipality, but you never really get detailed information from the province. And then after that, once we have received, you'll ask questions and comment, then we would have a discussion with you facilitated by Commissioner Mbodi to start having inputs. And the inputs will be in this way. We will have the SMME Trust presenting on some of the work they are doing, particularly in empowering communities. Then we would also have the non-governmental organizations, the faith, and then community organizations. Then we also have workers telling us about the aspirations for a just transition. And then we think that by that time, by 1:30, we should be able to round up the program. But because we flew in, we're here up until around 4 o'clock because we cannot go to the airport and sit. So we are lucky, and you are lucky, that we'll spend more time with you. And with those words, let me welcome Dr. Oliver for a few words. And then Dr. Oliver, you'll hand over to Dr. Mwale to do the full presentation. Dr. Crispian Oliver.
Dankie Blessing. Goeiemôre almal. My naam is Crispian. Dis 'n plesier om hier met julle te wees. And that's as far as my Afrikaans goes. So just to say, you heard me on the radio earlier, so I'm not going to waste your time. Just to greet, it's a pleasure to be with all of you today. And the reason we're here is to listen to you. So I'm hoping, Blessing, that you've not made a long set of inputs. What we really want is to hear the voice of the people of the Northern Cape around this transition. You've heard us use this word, just transition. I'm not completely sure about the Afrikaans translation of just transition, but I think it's regverdige oorgang. It's transformatie, or maybe transformatie is a better word. And to say it's very important, you know, we are going around the country talking to different communities. And people don't often think about the climate, but the bad news is that the climate is changing. It's because of what we as people have done and all of the emissions that our historical development has put into the atmosphere. It's driving a changing climate. You're seeing it here. And, you know, we were devastated to hear about the heat waves and the workers that died because they were in unbearable conditions and they didn't have the medical treatment. I mean, basically, they should have been sent home. They shouldn't have been made to work in those conditions. That's a taste of what's to come. And we've got to prepare. There's some things we can do. We can prepare, make sure we've got water security, change the hours of work, make sure we've got proper medical facilities, get the government services that I know are broken in this town. We're going to hear from you later about all the ways government isn't working for you. But there's good news as well. And the good news for the Northern Cape is that you have the best solar resource in the world. You can generate power more efficiently here without making any emissions than anywhere else. And you've also got some of the best mineral resources in the world. And the future economy, the green economy, is going to need a lot of your minerals. you already produce iron, you've got copper, you've got lead, you've got nickel, you've got chrome, you've got manganese. All of these are going to be needed in the future green economy. So, you know, mining, energy, and we've then just got to make the link. You know, we've got to get the supply chains, the manufacturing capacity built. Also, all the spin-offs of new energy systems. So, you know, we were talking earlier about poultry. You know, you can power a poultry farm on the back of solar and batteries. 24 hours a day, you can run a commercially viable poultry farm. So we want to talk, you know, we want to talk about the risks, what's coming, how we manage it, but we also want to talk about the upside. And in talking about the upside, our interest, I mean, the principle that underpins a just transition is to make it work for you. I don't want to be empowering a bunch of smart investors from Cape Town or Joburg that are coming here to build solar farms and then go home. And all you do is you see the farms being built, but that's it. We want this transition to be something that you participate in. It must contribute to your livelihoods. So we're here to talk about how we make it concrete. And what are the things you need to participate in it? That's what we're hoping to hear from you today. So I've spoken enough. Just to say we're really looking forward to listening. And I'm going to hand over to Commissioner Mwale. This is a lion from the Mpumalanga province. So in Mpumalanga, the conversation is much more difficult because there the coal mining communities know that they're going to lose jobs and that the coal mines are going to close. So he's from the battle zone of Mpumalanga. Here we can at least talk to you about growing the economy and bringing new enterprise and jobs into it. So over to you, Commissioner.
No, thank you very much, Doc. Good morning. Goeiemorgen. Thank you very much, Doc Crispian. I think you have leveled the ground and did what I was supposed to do. But because I'm here and the Deputy Chairperson, Valimsa, expects us to support you, or you are supporting us, I'm going to say a few words, ladies and gentlemen. I'm glad our Honorable Councillor has accepted the apology, and her input has not set the scene for us. So she was angry on behalf of all of us, so we must not follow suit. Honorable Councillor, once again, on behalf of the Commission, we, without any reservation, apologize. And I do not know why Blessing is making such a beautiful councillor angry. I could not see the anger in you. I only looked at the wonderful work that you are doing as a councillor. It's worth mentioning, Doc, that indeed the climate around here is quite welcoming. From the street in the town, I mean the road that we've traveled is clean. Councillor, I'm not sure how far your ward stretches. We do not want to go to the outskirts because we may get a different picture, but thus far it is really encouraging, especially you will see even outside the hall. The hall is clean, then that speaks to, I want to believe, to the work
that government is doing here. Ladies and gentlemen, mine is short, is to just tell you what is the Presidential Climate Change Commission and the work that we have done thus far. And I want to believe all of us have this, right? Hello? We have it. Well, pardon me, I'm from Mpumalanga, but born of a migrant worker from Malawi who came here for greener pastures. But just before my 2 slides, it is up to you, ladies and gentlemen, to take from what Dr. Oliver is saying, that you have the best climate, you have the best solar resource in the world, and you have the minerals that are needed for the green economy. It's up to you, people of Northern Cape, to build your own something here. If you want to come to this city in South Africa, we must think about Northern Cape, we must think about Upington. So for you to do that, we really are mobilizing your active engagement. Well, where does this idea of a presidential climate change comes from? I think as explained here, it is muted in the Presidential Job Summit that was held in 2018, which actually requested the president to set up the committee. Subsequent to that, the president therefore appointed the committee as an independent advice, or to independently advise the country on the climate change responses and pathway towards a low carbon, climate resilient economy and society. Because ours is not only the economy, this is society as well. And the speakers after me will try to integrate what I'm saying, and the scholars that are here will understand that if you were to say unpack what would be the role of society, we can take 2 days or 3. The commission is consisting of 10 ministers and 26 commissioners appointed from various sectors, from government, business, labor, civil society, research and academic institutions. And from time to time, the president has that prerogative to appoint new commissioners based on the need. And we also have the faith-based organization represented, as well as the youth. I think it's important to emphasize, because South Africa and Africa is a youthful continent. It's worth it to emphasize that we have the youth representation. Last week during our colloquia, we received a groundbreaking presentation from a young man. He was a commissioner. He was wearing a school uniform. So truly representing the youth. The commission is chaired by the president himself. The deputy chair of the commission is Comrade Valimumsa, who does not need any introduction. Oh, by the way, I must indicate that we are online. I've always monitored your assets, Comrade Blessing, and thank you very much, ED, for ensuring that the country and the world actually looks at and follow our discussions. When I went to Germany last year, met a friend of mine in Paris. He was telling, from Malawi, by the way, he was telling me, no, we are following what South Africa is doing. But our main focus are 3, is research and formation, build consensus, and enabling or enable action. By enabling action, we mean to influence policy, promote sustainable economic change, and provide advice where actions fall short. We are not a government entity. We are not government. That is why I'm extremely happy what Councillor to say, where do you get the guts to come here? And I'm not going to issue a blunt statement to say councillors run away from engaging with people, because many a times, most often than not, people also raise service delivery issues. And these are issues that we want to hear as the commission. Went to Carolina, they've raised issues of climate justice relating to their water resource. Immediately after the session, we went there as the commission, and government responded positively, and that water resource has received some attention from government, not from the Climate Change Commission. So we work with various, our work integrated various department, the fishery, national treasure, as you may know it, of course, trade, industry and competition, DMRE, DPME from, and as well as COCTA. There are three interrelated transitions that we have been looking to, with an aim to build the economy that is resilient to risk by 2050, to reach net zero carbon economy by then. I think Comrade Crispy spoke emphatically on the radio about that. But there are three issues. The first element is the just transition. The second one is adaptation and resilient. The third one speaks to the issues of decarbonization. So like I indicated, we have this. We implemented this from scratch. I do not know, the last time I checked, Comrade Crispy, very few countries, if we're not the first one in Africa to develop this. This is the product of community consultation, scientifically measured to some extent, but we have crisscrossed the country to come to this product. It has been accepted by a cabinet as a framework for South Africa. And I want to challenge you, ladies and gentlemen, to go to your framework in your spare time, in particular page 8 to 9, where we speak of the principles that underpin this framework, which are distributive, restorative, and procedural. What the doc has spoken about now, that he actually envisage your active participation in your own economy, so that you do not have and I'm glad, Councillor, that this part of the country have people of my skin tone. You don't have people from Mpumalanga because there's a commissioner there that is going to be doing that which you must do. We've done consultation in Kuruman, like it's been said. Here we are consulting you on the implementation of the just transition framework. I'm not going to religiously follow the slide. I want to move towards closing. But what have we done as the commission, just in brief, ED, is that we've consulted the community, we've consulted various stakeholders, almost all of them, from faith-based community, civil society, government. We had a youth conference, we had the livelihoods in Daba, we had a series of dialogues and webinars. And if you go to our online platforms, you will all get these things. And if you are interested to know what a particular sector had said, I think you can just visit that work. But the dialogues that we had, we focused on 5 issues, which are from the electricity reliability, investment and financing skills for and jobs, which we call localization. There are comrades that are here that were with us in the or at the colloquia last week on Friday. We also look at the industry structure, the pace and whatnot. I do not want to bore you with the technical issues. Here is the interesting and probably the last slide, is that there are our industry risk negative impactation if we do not transit to a low carbon economy. It's a fact. It's unfortunate where I come from, a segment of community says because of the change management element, the fear of unknown, said, no, we know coal. And coal, as it were, we understand, they understand the health impact of coal and of the carbon economy. I've made an input yesterday with the president that we went to Secunda, we met a young man, partially blind, never worked, didn't finish school because he got ill. When the doctors diagnosed him, they said he was exposed to a highly chemical environment, as if he were working inside a chemical factory. So those are the risks, but the industries that are going to be impacted is coal, automotive, agriculture, and tourism. And I do not know from the research perspective how much agriculture we have, but this risk comes with opportunities. From the coal, we are going to create, if we may move towards that slide, I'm not sure who's moving. Yeah, if you may move towards the sector at risk slide. Oh, we have a different presentation. If you may move to this one, I just want the comrades to see. But let me speak to it. From coal, we are going to generate about 30 direct jobs in the mining, 10,000 jobs at ISCOM power station. Of course, Mpumalanga will be impacted. From the automotive, we're also going to benefit about 100,000 jobs in the areas like Tshwane, Teguini, Nelson Mandela Bay, and 200 jobs in mechanic and whatnot. And I'm not going to be speaking to these issues. I do not want you to sleep because we want to actually listen to you than us talking. But before I sit down, Honorable Councillor, and our wonderful community, want to really thank you for praising the weather, coming to consult with us. Feel free, whatever language you talk, you do not need to be smart and scientific. Put it blank. Our job is to take your statement and translate it into science. And I want to believe it, because we always make a commitment that we come back. And indeed, every community that we went once, we went back for a second time. Thank you very much, Program Director, as you come forward.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mwale. We've noted that the Kuruman team does not speak Afrikaans. Okay, they understand Afrikaans, but they've requested that when you go into deep Afrikaans, you bring in a Toloki. So I want to be looking for a Toloki from amongst us to come and assist with the, yeah, I don't know what is an interpreter in Afrikaans. That's how bad I am. So when we get that, so feel free, don't start speaking English because you're afraid of Kuruman. When you're speaking in English, in Afrikaans, we'll get an Afrikaans translator and vice versa. I wanted to call in the 3 departments, but I've seen that we have saved some time. So I'm going to take the next 15 minutes just asking maybe each or one of you of us to just tell me, when they got the invitation, what was your expectations? Or now that you have heard, what do you think you'll miss out? So that when people speak, they can also include that. We can do that for the next 15 minutes and start the presentations at 11 o'clock, we'll still have saved 30 minutes. I think it's because Dr. Olva and Dr. Mwale were very, very generous with the time of their presentation. But also because I don't think you must keep quiet for 1 hour, 30 minutes. It's going to be salty in the mouth. So who wants to bell the cat? Who wants to go first and just tell us where you come from and what else do you want to talk about? Even if it's not on the agenda, we can link it with climate change. Nowadays, everything is even linked to climate change. So I think I will, Mevrouw Suleiman. Thank you. You can either give her the microphone, and she was very popular at the National Colloquium in Johannesburg last week. Yes, some of your pictures were in a number of other social media. I'll share them with you. I think I'm gonna switch off this one.
Hello. Good morning. I'm Haji Mumin Suleiman, the founder and CEO of Movement Against Drugs in the ZFM district. I think I bring my presentation in Afrikaans because 99% of Upington is now attached to Radio Riverside, which is Afrikaans. Ek was in Pretoria verlede week in Vrydag. Dit was my eerste national climate, but ek is ook betrokke by province to province climate change, waarvan ek volgende Mei maand weer in Johannesburg sal wees om te gaan verteenwoordig. Maar ek wil nie lang praat nie. Soos jy self weet en soos jy self sien, dat die weer verander. En ons as mens sal moet sien dat ons 'n plan kan maak of ons dit nie miskien kan bietjie verminder nie. 2030, ek glo nie ek sal leef nie. Dan gaan dit nog bietjie erger wees as wat dit nou is. So ek my eerste saam met province to province gesê dat ons aan met bome plant. En ek besoek met Movement Against Drugs dat ons 4 skole besoek, waarvan ek die bewystuk hier het van 'n boompie, wat ek daar melding gemaak het, dat dit gee suurstof aan die atmosfeer, sowel as suurstof aan die mens. En die boompie se naam is spekboom. En ek wil 'n beroep op ons plaaslike munisipaliteit om vir Movement Against Drugs, Alcohol Abuse and Global Warming te help om hierdie boompie op in hierdie hele ZFM district te kan plant. Ek is so bereid om dit self te plant en dit dan te oorhandig. Maar dan wil ek hier inkom om werkskepping aan ons drug addicts te kan gee. Om die boompies dan te kan oorhandig waarvan hulle 'n stipend te kan kry. En dan doen ook 'n beroep op blessings as julle ons kan help. Direkteur, dokter hier voor my sal ek dit baie waardeer. En dit kan die mens wees, die dignity van ons kinders terugbring. Want ons kinders het nie werk nie, nou wat doen hulle? Verval in drugs. En wat doen hulle? Hulle gaan breek in. Nou dit is die storie. En soos u kan weet, ek weet nie of u weet, wat is die dag van dag dat die son nie wil opgekom het nie. Het soos ons die maansverandering, ons die sonsverandering vanmôre gehad. Nog die werk van God. En al wat ek vir u kan sê, kom ons bid, en dat ons hele boompie, ek het homself vernoem, na Mumin Suleiman, en ek het sommer vir die getalles gegee. Baie dankie, I thank you all.
Thank you very, very much. Commissioners, The part I'm prepared to translate is the part about that small tree, the dispersed worm. She's actually saying that she runs a program where young people have been required to plant that tree. It's a carbon sink, and it is water resistant, and it's also edible. And she's basically saying some of the, and for the adaptation team, it helps with deforestation, with managing soil erosion. And she's basically saying that the basic thing she needs is support to be able to buy the small plants, support the young people that plants them around with transport and basic stipend. And she knows that she'll be directly contributing to the managing of climate change. So Ms. Suleiman, you have heard, but I think most importantly, she thanked the PCC for inviting her to the Johannesburg summit last week, to the Pretoria summit, because there was an opportunity to learn from other provinces and other organizations what they are doing. And she looks forward to more of those invitations with more people from the Northern Cape and not just her alone. So we promise you next time she'll not come alone. She'll come with a few tales behind her. That is my summary. And if I messed up, we'll have to accept that. Thank you. Any other person that wants to raise the first thoughts? Meneer.
Yeah.
I'll come to you, then to Tabo. Yes.
My name is Bitumelo Tsetlo. I'm from JTG district, from NC Maka, Northern Cape Mining Affected Communities in Action. My expectation, is I want to see more of involvement of community. More especially, this is a consultation. We need, I'm speaking from experience because what happened, the mine area and then the solar, what happened, what we need is a meaningful consultation that we expect from PCC. And even now, I don't think the business are here, entrepreneurs are here, youth are not here represented. This is what we need to spread the message, but I can say we couldn't, but I expect more in the next consultation so that youth can be able to pack the room. And the other thing is that what I expect from you is that to explain more about just transition, because more especially just energy transition, because when I get to community, I can say, do you know about jet? You know, people will say, why are you driving a private jet now? You know, those kind of things. We are way behind with information, more especially in Northern Cape. So I can see the means that PCC is doing to come to the community is doing. I can say maybe 60% that I can give you, that you are at least going there. Can we do more to be able to reach the community? I think I will speak more when yeah, thank you.
No, thank you very much for those initial. Yeah, I think the contributions are quite helpful. There is the gentleman at the back, and then you'll come after. He's already standing up. You don't make a man sit down in his place.
I'll only focus on inequality, because we have imbalances in our country. So inequality, 80% of our people, when it comes to Pareto analysis, you find that Mototaba are the riches, Bana rich, Baba Bana de Bana pro. So when you speak about inequality, ga re nne inclusive when it comes to do tse dingwe gore motho a dire. So you find out nako nngwe o tla bo le ko magaeng ne. So we are trying to bridge rural to urban. At least no itse gore magae a teng. Re leke gore batho ba teng le bone ba nne gaufi le ditirelo. So when it comes to transport, o tla bo spenda madi a mantsi gore o kry-a dilo tsa go tshwana le tseo ne. And nako nngwe ga go tawara di-SMS kore it's a presidential thing, o tla bo o leka gore gongwe ga o tswa kwa o go dira di-document tsa gore di-tax compliance and everything ne. So at least o dire di-training center especially re shebe gore re ka go baya eng setheo se wa hawa se benefit batho ba ba ka magaeng ka re we are looking at infrastructure gape. Climate change ya affecta o mongwe le o mongwe, manganese, toxicity wa bona. So at least batho ba le ba na le information le bone gore go etsagala eng ne. Ke yone nka e kopanyewa di-SMS ba develop youth skills and development anything ne, di-training center and everything. So ga ke go question sepe ke dira addition hela ne. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't know whether it's you. More people have raised hands after you've spoken. Maybe they align with you. You are noted to the two ladies on the left. I've seen the two gentlemen, and he was emphasizing the issue of the inequality in society and energy poverty, and the need to link just transition with sustainable livelihood, distance from work, distance from social services, and sustainable transport. So I think those are at the heartbeat of the just transition framework. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Andrew, and I am representing Makua, and I'm all the way from JTG. I stand here and I expect to get out of this gathering a number of concerns. In JTG, we are having a number of mines in the region of 20, 21, or 26. I don't know how much are they, but most of these mines are not compliant. And as a result, they are not a solution to our today's problem. They are a problem. Because if you can follow up what and how do they dispose their maybe contaminated water, you will find in some instances, they take the same contaminated water underground. And we as farmers around that area, we are having a problem. Even if in Katu, a person 200 kilometers away is going to experience problems. In Henningsvlei is going to experience problems. When I talk about JTG in general, the place is filthy, is dirty. We remember during the Butachwana era, that area around Kuruman town and those areas around were very clean areas. Today, it's a disgrace. I often say this parable and say, in the beginning, after when God created God and heaven and earth and everything, he created the man and said, you shall be the dominion of everything. And he balanced the biodiversity. And he said, I'm drawing a line. Is for you to take up or to go up or forward or backward. We as human beings decided to go back. And that's why today we are here. And we better do something. If possible, we can invite such organizations, the very same lady, so that they can come and help there. You go to Kuruman town, sewage are running down the streets. Plastics. And we even make a plea. I don't know whether this can be a solution to the commercial farmers, because areas around towns, Those people don't have land. For the commercial farmers to donate land to the upcoming farmers so that animals must be removed from the residential areas and they must be taken to the farms. The bylaws, if you take Mapoten, the Choshanan Road, it's dirty. Animals are grazing plastics. You know, I was born before technology, and our mothers, our nappies were cloth. It's not this disposable cloth, but you go around, people are doing those things like this. People, cleanliness is next to God. Cleanliness is, we were taught like that. Cleanliness is next to God. We cannot be condoms. Let us respect ourselves, people. Condoms. Remember, children are amongst us. Used condoms. How do we expect that God can bless us? Never. God is not going to bless us. So if we can invite such organizations to come and in Midas, in Kurman, truck, it's that area. It's a truck trafficking area. And our brothers and sisters from Africa, Nigeria, and those people, they say we are becoming xenophobic. And they are the very people who are coming up with such problems. Our kids are no more going to schools. They are in town selling drugs, smoking those things. Please help. Please come. Anybody who is prepared to come and assist us, you are welcome. Thank you very much.
The word of God is the word of the people. I will go to the list that side and I'll come back. You'll be the first when I come back. But let me take to balance the left and the right. Not ideologically, just both sides. Yeah, thanks. Proceed.
Yes. Goeiemôre, my naam is Sakina, ek is van Keimus. Ek verteenwoordig vir Keimus vandag in hierdie area, nie municipaliteit nie, nie government nie, a citizen. Iemand wat bly in Keimus. My name is Sakina, I'm from Keimus. I'm representing Keimus people in full today. I am going to be in Afrikaans and English quickly. My reason for standing up, sir, is what he has just mentioned, actually. So I'm just going to add on to what you were saying. I see we are in a summit of climate change, which is something that I have always prayed for, that this should come to our towns, our small towns, because we got two, I will say, diseases that we are dealing now with, or pandemic. Let me say three, but this one is actually, I can say two. We are dealing with two pandemics. One, we can't say was COVID, still is COVID, because some people are still being infected with COVID. Second one, it's going to be climate change. My reason for standing up today is because I am a hygiene manager. I've been working in Lesotho, whereby we have been working with viruses and bacteria. So my position was to control the viruses and bacterial infections in the abattoirs by making sure it's clean, the environment, as well as waste disposal and all of these things, including to hygiene and, let me say, environmental. Now, we had COVID, we still have COVID. I sat down with this one. When COVID arose all over the world, no one was prepared for COVID. No one knew what COVID was. I was, by that time, I was staying in Lady Brand, 10 kilometers out of Lesotho, because I was traveling up and down into Lesotho. I've noticed that our people was not educated about what the virus is and how it works inside the human body. And I'm not going to go into the department or into government on what was and what is not. I remember I was sitting down and I did hygiene plans. I was drawing up hygiene plans for businesses and stuff like that on how to control bacterial outbreaks, viruses and stuff. So what happened was, I sat down and I was noticing that I went on Twitter because I knew that I had to contribute to something on this. I don't know if you guys remember, there was this forms that we filled in across South Africa. The form concluded of, are you sneezing, coughing, vomiting, and diarrhea? There was another form that came out that was stated about how to, when you get home, to wash your clothes, how to wash it. When you get it at your house, you come from workplace, how to clean yourself, get dressed, put it in the washing machine and stuff like that. I am not going to give myself honor that I was the one who gave it to government, but I was the one who drew up a hygiene plan that consists of these things. I was the one who gave it to the DA leader by that time in Lady Brand. And I asked her, can you please help me to get this thing into government? She sent it to the DA person that was sitting in government. I went on Twitter because I felt like I'm a South African citizen and I want to help. I want to assist my country. I want to help my country to not die at least. So there was a few things that I was sharing on Twitter in the inboxes. And one of the forms, one day when I got to the pit stops, I saw they had the form printed. I asked her, did she send in my manual? She said to me, yes. So I can say that was me that brought out that form. But no one came back to me to come and ask me, how much more can you assist us in helping the government? The government just took my idea and they made it their own, because I know my work. I know what I've been doing. So the form that they were rolling out was not even supposed to be the form to what we call it in hygiene is that we call it cross-contamination. So cross-contamination is when you move from this side, which is a clean area, to that side. So which means is if they could have followed my entire plan, COVID would have not went so far. We could have stopped COVID. COVID was manageable. It was not a disease that could have spread so fast, but there was no knowledge. There were no somebody that was educated enough and say, but I know about COVID. Then, as I said, I've assisted them in the complete manual. So they took many stuff out of my manual and they placed it there. My biggest fear is the future, what we are here busy right now. Because as I'm standing here right now, I can say our future is already damaged. Yet there's no security plan for any person that is sitting in this room right now that can come and say, but I am secured. I'm feeling safe to continue. The reason why I'm saying this, COVID was here. The only thing we've been taught in our houses, brush your teeth, that is personal hygiene. We've never been taught more than what personal hygiene was. Here came COVID and all of a sudden we heard about hand sanitizer. Hand sanitizer is such a dangerous product to use just like that, because it's what was causing allergies and you name it. But all of a sudden, hand sanitizer was outrolled and people were just using hand sanitizer left and right and center without being SABS approved. We have not been SB. We didn't do any product. I didn't even see on the mask that we had SABS approved mask that was putting on our faces. There was chemicals that came from this mask that caused us having diseases, in chest diseases and stuff like that. But I'm going to be fun quickly because I don't want to disturb you. But then I came and found that they said no touching, no sneezing, no coming together and close whatever. I never wore a mask because I understood COVID. I knew what COVID was. I am a survivor of a bacterial infection that is standing right here because I had 1 month to die. And I survived it. And then it was similar to COVID. Okay. My plea is for government, for what we are doing right now here, environmental. If I went back to KMUS, I'm going to speak about KMUS because that's where I'm staying right now. I was asking, where is our OHS people? Occupational health and safety. Where is our environmental people? After COVID, everything stopped. No cleaning, no disinfectants, no nothing. In the meantime, COVID is still busy brewing. It's still busy lying down. It's just asleep. It did not die. Because the same thing that we are facing now was part of climate change. because of the heat. So I can't go into the medical part of how bacteria are formed and viruses. I'm not there. I'm not going to go in that one. Then I was asking, government come and tells us, don't do this, don't do that, do this, do that. But we are sitting with a generation, and this is our youth. This is our kids that are being brought up right now. We are sitting, and I'm going to stop. I feel I can leave school. I ask him why. Why now? He says, Mommy, because you know what? Government is making us slaves. The subjects government is giving us is to enslave us. Because there's somebody right now in Germany that are being taught how to manage the mine, how to come and drill, how to come and run a mine, whereby us have to be workers as engineers and what so forth. My point right now is, why can the subjects at schools not be changed into OHS? Why must our children go to universities to go and be taught OHS? Why can't we take out some of these subjects that we are not even doing in workplaces? Why can't it be added into the school system? Because in 2014, we are going to sit with a much more deadlier disease than what we are facing right now. Why can't our children be taught as health ministers?
I'm sorry, I'll have to cut you because you'll come back and speak again. We just wanted people to highlight what you want us to discuss. We will discuss curriculum, we'll discuss public health, we'll discuss social services, we'll discuss the impact on youth people. But I think that you've given quite enough to link and also disaster response, because COVID was a disaster and climate change is a disaster. If we don't learn from disasters like that, we'll not be able to learn from the disasters of climate change. Thank you. Danny?
Ja, goeiemôre Princess. Goeiemôre almal. Ek is mevrou Maggie Padmaker Ali. Ja, ek gaan nie lang praat, amper dieselfde wat sê little bit sê, maar wat ek graag wil vir die government sê, klimaatverandering, ons sien nou klimaatverandering is heavy. Dit is nie meer soos dit voorheen gewees het nie. Baie dinge het regtig verander. Ons weer kyk nou vandag. Gister was dit so, vandag is dit so en hoekom word dit so? Wat ek wil vandag net sê, ek wil graag hê, ons wil graag ons indien, ek is 'n culture school. Wat ek graag wil hê, government moet ons help, dat ons support, dat ons moet ons indigenous knowledge kan implementeer. Ook, want as ons vandag kyk, baie van ons mense sit met die highest indigenous knowledge hier. Wat sy gesê het van killing en hierdie COVID en whatever wat kom. Ons mense destyds soos baie van ons wat hier sit, seker die jonger geslag wat moes nou nie weet nie. Hierdie baie van hierdie dinge, ons mense geweet wat om te doen. Ons het nie nodig gehad om by Germany or wherever moet ons advies geluk vra nie. South Africa is in die wêreld die rykste land regtig met die indigenous knowledge. So, ek sal dit regtig waardeer, die support vir ons, ja, van kyk nou, ons kyk ons medical, ons languages. Onthou, as jy nou in die wetenskaplikes gaan, dit is woorde van ander tale, wat onze kinders ook nie regtig eers verstaan nie, dan kan hulle dit eers uitspreek, en dan is het ook maar, dit gaan verby. Maar gebruik ook onze taal ook, laat onze kinders kan ook verstaan, die hy wetenskaplike name, laat onze kinders dan ook in school, en so sê gesê, hoekom moet ons sekere dinge eers in die universiteit toe gaan, dan moet onze mense dit, leer dit op schoollevel, laat onze mense leer en weet wat gaan aan, ons is soos ons hier sit, by wie kom universiteite, hulle kom dan maar by onze indigenous mense om in knowledge te kom kry, so respect ons, en luister ook wat ons sê, en vat ook ons indigenous education op toe. Dankie.
Thank you very much, Your Royal Highness. I'm coming this side now. Ignatius, I'm chairing, you can use the microphone to check. The colleague in front here. 1, 2, 3. I want to identify, let us work it like this so that we don't start going to the details, because I've got colleagues from agriculture, from human settlements, from environment, from economic development. Their presentations might actually also help, and they are coming, the three of them at the same time. So I wanted the 6 last people I point to be brief so that you can start telling them what to answer when they come. And then we'll go to another discussion where we can fire from all cylinders. But let me come back from this side. I'll start with you. Yes, you're very, very patient. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Ignatius. Yeah. No, colleagues, it's not a disaster. I'm seeing people as they raise hands. So I'm sure I'm seeing them better than you.
Hello. Good day, ladies and gentlemen, comrades, leaders, youth league amongst us, SMMEs, NPOs. The reason, Chancellor, sorry, the reason I raised my hand, it's because some of the things that are being mentioned here, it's like people are forgetting the broader picture around this transformation of climate change, right? So we are having all of these solars around us. And these solars have an impact in our community, society, including our climate as a result. So now we're sitting with a challenge whereby the sun rays are twice as strong as they used to be or normally, or the normal operational rays for sun to impact in our communities. Now with these solars that are now here amongst us, as community leaders, some of us have approached some of these solars. As a result, they invited us to their meetings. Normally they invite us to their meetings. And when we attend these meetings, they inform us as to say that we have a social relief benefit fund. And that fund is supposed to cater so that there can be transformation when it comes to the impact of the solars in our communities, as to say, let there be transformation towards climate change. Now, these funds are supposed to be utilized for programs such as this, including this program of anti-momin, sorry, momin, anti-momin. Sorry, leaders, but by the way, we also have Department of Environmental Affairs. They are supposed to assist us with funds when it comes to these community projects that will make sure that there is climate change in our communities. Now, these two bodies are supposed to work together to ensure that we as the community, NPOs, SMMEs, whatever you are, as long as you want to see this thing happen, they are supposed to ensure that we get these funds so that we can be operational in our communities to adjust even the climate and the sun rays that is affecting us as communities. Hence, every time when the president is sending people from his office to the Northern Cape, they always say that we have the best sun and they promise us the world when they come here. I respect the fact that the office is here of the Presidential Climate Commission, sorry, the commissioner, let me say the commissioner. I respect the fact that the commissioner is here. But at the very same time, we engage with people that are coming, and then when they take our stats, they go to the president, they give them whatever information. When it comes to us, and when it comes to us having to benefit or to rip from these departments or commissioners, or should I say solars, whatever, when we have to reach out, it doesn't mean that they are not available. They are available, but they are not resolving our issues in the Northern Cape. It's always when we have to ask for something, it's either from environmental or the solars. When we ask for something, they send us no, they say no, go and consult with your trustee. Now these solars, they nominate trustees amongst them, the stakeholders. They don't involve our communities. They don't even know our communities. They don't know the ECDs. They don't know even the LED officers and CLO officers. They are not appointees from this region. Some of them, I can even tell you, they are from Botswana, and the others are from Zimbabwe. In fact, most of them are from Zimbabwe. But by the way, they don't know what activities or challenges we face here in our communities, including the disaster of COVID. NPOs were told, no, you must go to the solars to go and ask for money so that you can be operational with whatever project you are having in the community. Come there, they tell you, no, there is no funds for such. You have to do your submit your proper business plan. You do that at the end of the day, when it comes to them doing their part, they are standing back. Now we have to go there every time and shut down these solars as a result. The president's office knows about these things that are happening here. They are sending now commissioners to intervene in our matters, whereas we have already identified the matters amongst us that are happening here in this region and the sub-regions of ZFM. So hence I'm standing here as youth and I'm asking you, because you are here now, what is your part whereby there are two bodies already identified by the office of the president to intervene in such matters? Now, what is the commissioner's part in this role in our society? Because it's not very clear that it's like people are running around the issue that is existing here. The existing issue is the solars that are affecting our communities. And those are the issues that are outstanding. And even when we reach out to these people, they give us nothing back. We don't get nothing. We have to go and strike to get something. Now, if we reach out to the commissioner, do we have to follow the same path? Or will you guys come back to us or what? Because I'm not clear when it comes to this commissioner thing. I'm not clear, leader.
No.
Amandla.
Thanks. No. Colleagues, I will run into trouble if the audience starts cheering. I will run into serious trouble because many other people are going to be angry at the chair, not at you who are choosing each other who to speak first. So I'm going to allow that lady to speak there next week, Nishas, so that we manage that. Otherwise, I'm going to send them to you when they want to protest at the chair. You'll be next. And sorry, Sisi, I'm told you're raising your hand and I did not see you. And apologies, I did not want to silence you.
Hallo, goeiedag Sarah. Ek is Shadia van Kakamas. Kakamas wat ons altyd maar laaste wat maar in die agterspeen moet. Ons kry laaste die informasie. Maar is reg. Ons is hier vir hierdie as julle recruit reg die mense. Ons weet julle soek mense. Moenie vir ons sê die men kom direk na die NPO's toe vir funding en wat die sê vir ons van die jeug wat stel belang in sulke tipe programs. Ons wil ons inputs gee. So invite ons reg, lekker man. Moenie vir ons lieg nie. So die ding is ek hoor van die koper. Ek hoor van koper en sonplaas. Die koper en sonplaas is reg. Ons weet die koper van hierdie Suid-Afrika is nie vir ons nie. Die als is hier, als word uitgevoer. So hy kry jobs is fine. Hy sonplaas kry jobs is reg, maar as nie vir Suid-Afrika nie. Dis hoekom die Eskom is wat is van die kry nagemakte kool. Hy kry nie die regte kool wat uit Suid-Afrika uitkom nie. Alle regte kole word uitgevoer. Ons weet daarvan. So dis hoekom ons sit in die pandemie wat ons vandag sit met hierdie sonpanele, kragonderbrekings en se gemors wat aangaan in Suid-Afrika. So ons weet jobs word gekry, maar nie vir Suid-Afrika se voer uitgaan nie. Ons werk nie vir ons self nie. En die ander ding is, ons weet besoedeling speel 'n groot rol in ons omgewing. Des jare, toe ek op skool was, weet ek ons het besoedelingsprogramme gehad. Ons het die plastiek en die glas en die wieg geskei het. Ons het geleer van die besoedeling, dat vuur besoedeling bring. Nou ek wil aankom by die sonplaas. Ek weet, die vuur was mos 'n probleem gewees. Die vuur was 'n groot probleem. En dit dra by tot die klimaatsverandering en daai hele klomp wat aangaan. Nou ek het gedink, daai tyd wat sonpaneel kom, of soos wat dit vir ons gesê is, het ek gedink, okay nee, hierdie sonpaneel is vir ons 'n oplossing vir die vuurmakkery en vir die klimaatverandering en hierdie besoedeling wat hier plaasvind, wat ons is mos vuur mense, ons is met groot gemaak met vuur, ons maak ons vuur en asbrood en daai tipe goeders, ons is groot gemaak so. So ek het gedink, die sonpaneel kom nou, en dan kom vervang hy ons vuur. En dis waarvoor in die begin het die mense sonpaneel huise gekry. En ek was so bly daarvoor om te sien. Nou vandag as jy 'n sonpaneel wil koop, hy's duur. Die son word by ons gemaak, maar hy's duur. Die inverters is duur. Ons gewone mense sal nie kan afford nie. En julle bou nie meer huise nie, so ons mense kry nie meer eers sonpaneelhuise nie. So ek weet nie wat is die voordeel vir ons citizens van Suid-Afrika. Van ons moet in elk geval die nadeel sit van hierdie bloedige hitte uit wat nou plaasvind hier, so die moorde wat plaasvind, die dood nou van hierdie disaster goeders van die klimaatsverandering. So which means hier moet nog gechange worden en so klomp goeders van dus soos hy gesê het affekteer. Dat we geaffekteer van hierdie sonpanele van ons is nou die beste son, maar ons kry ook 'n nadeel daarvan. So that's al wat ek maar net wil sê.
I think we are setting the agenda nice. Colleagues, I'm gonna be tough. I'm not taking new hands because this was supposed to be a breaker. You'll still have much more deeper discussions after another 30 minutes of presentations. So can I call not for new hands? Just say the people, and it's about honesty and trust. If you are gonna lie and say you raised your hand before and you did not do it, you are gonna have a situation, but you also don't want us to lie when we come here. So let us not lie to each other. Those that had raised hands in the first round, proceed to speak. But if you lie, the community is gonna see you and say, if he lies with just raising his hand, what about big projects? So I'll ask the colleague to proceed there. Thanks, Bob.
Chair,
Yeah.
thank you very much. Bitola kaki Nelson, the paniki and Tisiki Chaku, JTG Haito Kuruman. Check it low tasha few issues. Ribuaka climate change. Ribuaka something says a changing or says a changer or says a hobesi. So nature a hobesi. And how does that on now? I can tell you, Ritli Oshwa, le robo, Ohetayaka corona edirabola. Arbuaka climate change, Buaka just ordinary drinking water, underground drinking water. I totally healthy. You hobeti. The topsoil, the hazel, the hobeti, how lema humpie. You chose to the lemanki cabichorike. Dina didi bokumote. And hasidi joke. Orauri mbu hobeti. Le fau. Moyauro hema, uhobeti. Ulahaina, a chocolate odimu, a copana le moyao sasiama muharimu. I will nela humpie. Come so you must go to a doctor, otherwise, everything se hobeti. Now, Sibuising was Sibuile Kadi mine, Monother and Caper and Aldi mine, the producer so many minerals. Ubileka non-compliance. The mine said they are contributor moho hobating the climate. Boholo holo sim boholo holo malo. Can I let hadi le for malo? Boholo holo can gisio. Mar the mine say hadi bulwa manganese or iron or whatever. Le troco le losi, kira troco ili yosi ine hohama troco. Atrena alaite manganese, ali 200-300. Le troco le one, lidrisa diesel lidrisai. Today, horote manganese, hidi lori dile more than 500. So rehema carbonia di lorite. Disegna di tela, kore dia destroyer. Di manganese a tswang ko tlase kwa, go diriswa di chemicals. And di mine ga di comply. Di chemicals tse di ataboga di tsela mo tlase ga lehatshe re nwa metsi a sa siamang. So re kopa gore government in serious ka the health ya batho, otherwise re tlile go swa ro tlirela. If compliance is a considerable, the mining house did the intimate grumai. Renela the session because water, what Department of Water, Leon, Habadiri and oversight, the mine say they are comply. Even DMR, Habadiri oversight. So give the big brother sell outside the mine.
So the government is something that otherwise, well, yeah, you come on, I have Thank you very much. Commissioner, because we are speaking in English and so I think it's very quite clear consideration. The impact of climate change on water quality, on soil quality, the overall impact. But I think there is a thing around now of climate that is coming around. It doesn't go then as well as the impact of what we call the haulage. You see in the same problem. The code is from the road around the road. So it's coming into so the road how we get something better. This actually sort of new out of the problem because we want to continue to see the concentrate. So I think the issue of the transport for how we address and that's the issue of the
And the fact that they see the solar farms there, but they still don't have electricity. And the people of Mpumalanga have said the same thing. You see a big pylon, somebody's digging in your yard, but you don't have electricity, you still use a candle. So you see these big mirrors, you're not beneficiating, you're not a co-owner, and you still have got to go and buy paraffin or use wood. So I think that you are giving us the agenda to critically discuss, but I think that you are actually, and then young person who was here, one of the things that actually would give a short presentation for 5 minutes later today is on social ownership, employment, as well as skills. Because we've seen that a lot of people are actually not in the, and you don't have money to go and raise billions. You just want to have a fair share, have access to the trust fund, have transparency. So I think that when we go to the implementation discussion, you must start saying, what do we do? Do we need a legislation on community trust? But I think that we must have honest discussion about solutions. And I can promise you the PCC is not government and we stick to our word. Even it means Blessing coming here each time the ED allows him to, but we will come back and we'll come back until we have found a middle ground. But let's proceed with 1 or 2 people before I allow the departments to come and present. It was you, 1, 2, 3, yeah. So she did.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Simanyem Kuntula, but I prefer to speak Afrikaans because Afrikaans is Mr. Language of Upington. Welkom, Mama Katrina van die Khoisan. Ek sien u het ingekom. Ek is bly, en die dogter is hier, ek is bly u is hier. Baie dankie. Die rede hoekom ek nou praat is, ek het 'n program in ons area vir 18 maande. Ek het gehoor Admomin praat van drugs, dan is hier 'n een oom wat gepraat het van die area wat vuil is. Vir 18 maande het ek 'n program wat ek jong mense aangemoedig het om die wijk skoon te kom maak, waar daar vullis gedam word. Ek dink dit is 4 maande terug was die tuin op die TV, op nasionale TV, was die tuin gewees. En ek het 60 mense wat vir my werk, jong mense, sonder 'n rand. Ek vra op social media, vra ek toebehore om die tuine skoon te hou. Dis van die persone wat vir ons brood kom gee, koeldranke van ons werk deur die dag. En van die jong mense wat op die hoeke sit, het nie werk nie. En dis van hulle wat net kom vir 'n stukkie brood. Ek het al gepraat met die meier van David Kruiper, ek het 'n brief geadres, geen terugvoering nie. Agriculture het vir my 4 maande terug pype gekom gee. Ek is ook dankbaar vir dit. Maar ek het 28 tuine in die area wat net vullis hope gewees het. En ek het gevra vir die NGO's om net uit te reik om vir die mense net 'n stukkie brood te kom gee. Maar ek sien ons NGO's is vir hulle self. Hulle sien nie vir die community nie. As ons goedere kry, dan is dit of jy is in die kerk of jy behoort in die organisasie. Dit is nie vir die community nie. Ek het was by Oasis 'n projek gewees waar verskillende NGO's deel uitmaak om die area skoon te hou, soos kerke, biblioteke en so voorts. Ulrich het Upington toe gekom. Hy het my spesiaal gekom vra. Het die munisipaliteit vir my deel uitgemaak van daai projek? Nee, hy het nie. Ek het nie geld om vir my te registreer nie. Ek is werkloos. Ek kan my nie registreer vir 'n besigheid nie. En dit is moeilik in vandag se lewe om by 'n plek in as jy nie iemand ken nie. So my 60 jong mense bestaan uit jong mense uit en uit groot mense wat vir 18 maande verniet werk. So ek vra die government om vir ons asseblief te help. Al kry ons nie 'n fondsie, maar ten minste met toerusting. En ek vra 'n area, ek het 'n area waar ek groente kan plant. En uit daai groente uit kan ek 'n besigheid in die gemeenskap stig om dit te verkoop. Dis hoekom ek die government vra om uit te reik na my toe en vir my net asseblief help met dit. Baie dankie.
Thank you very much. I'm not going to translate. I'll summarize once the three people have spoken. I'm catching up on time, commissioners, those that did not do Afrikaans. I passed Afrikaans at school. My problem is just speaking it. I just want to clarify that. So I can now hear.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, you saw.
Thank you, Chalewo. Baholo. Ke Alex Museke. Ke twa ha JTG Roman. Ke tla leka go nna mokhutsane la ke pelo ka e hutsi. A ke simole ka sengwe se seng mo lenaneong le. Cyril Ramaphosa, the president, once came here. Ata go bula holo e le ha and he promised people of Upington, Northern Cape, gore o tla tlhokomela the indigenous people and indigenous people. But it has not happened that I know. It was here. On a thing, the president was here. But when he opened that hall, but it was never happened till today. We don't molele, and the other thing, what we are going to say here, the president promised us, so you are here. You are going to promise us, you are going to deliver. So we don't want promises. We want service delivery. We want actions to be happened. And I think one other thing, how to work at climate change in Upington, and in South Africa or in Africa as a whole. Document Northern Cape. That's what already you have taken the decision for what you are going to do in the Northern Cape. So we are here just for to sign a ready papa, and then you use our signatures for local whatever what you want to do. The decision has been taken. We were not there. It is there. The paper is there. It's there. Already decision has been taken. As we are, it's a formality, Mokorona. So I want to say to you that when you go to the we are go back there or stop, so you'll stop it because there are formality. So you must can't just Africanize the law or Northern Capers the law. Correct. I in the Northern Cape. Harbate case any hope kai in Northern Cape. Every company is more in Runari. You are not going to take the decisions there because you already take the decisions. So Harka Korito Sana the attendance Sara and that will not happen. What happened? Somebody said, no, we are here and you are less than the president. And But you have to, I'm not yan talking to you. I'm talking to the community here. So you have to take this department and the president to court. We are going to take the president to court or no? You are not doing us well. Or what? You have to take the president to court and the government to court or no? We're going to stop it. So we the people here in the Northern Cape, we are going to take this for ourselves. They are not going to tell us what to do with our son. Whenever kwa bako Gauteng or bako Limpopo, the son is ours. So so we are going to take this matter to court. So thank you.
Thanks. The two last speakers before we proceed. Yeah. 1, 2, yes.
Okay. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Sorry, bro. You'll use a Valan. You'll close after him. You'll be the last speaker. Yeah, Masohana Palata Peli.
All right. My name is Ephraim Mutobi from It seems like I don't know how can I explain it. It seems like we are animals. We are not visible in front of the government. And when I realize that I see that we are surrounded by the mines, which seems Kuruman is a rich town. But at the end, I see that we are nothing. Actually, we can start look at our families are living poor life. But we are under the government. You can see even we ourselves, we are staying unemployed, but we are living under the government. Those people who take our life is the people who we don't even know where are they come from and who are they. But the government is here. We're saying we are living under the government. So even our town, it doesn't look like a town which is owned by the mines, which actually, I don't know how to explain it, but I want the government to take a sharp look onto us and see that we are also a human being. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah.
Goeiemôre almal. Ek is Dennis Duiker, ek is die streeksleier ZFM Gou Military Veterans. Die hele Noord-Kaap behoort aan my. Die rede hoekom ek hier is, ek verteenwoordig SACC Forum, beneficiaries en military veterans. Het gaan hier so oor klimaatverandering. Ek sit met 'n hele klomp mense in die verskillende plekke in die Noord-Kaap. Klimaatverandering van hongerte. Die verskillende departemente kom elke keer so om. Hulle kry die inligting van ons af en hulle gaan doen niks. Ek as 'n military veteran, ek het 'n government geset wat my rug toemaak. 2011, 5 Desember. As ek sulke evente bywoon, moet ek 'n stipend kry. Ek moet 3 etes kry. Die mense wat die byeenkoms gereël het, dit nie reg gereël nie. Hier sit mense hier binne wat nie weet of hulle veilig is nou nie. Ek is 'n infantry-mekkie. Ek het die plek kom deurgegaan om te kyk dat hy safe is. Toe ek die sitrap kry, moes ek 10 manne gee vir sekuriteit. Hy is af. Ek moes mense se trip Upington toe vandag kanselleer. In swak kommunikasie. My naam lê daaronder, want ek het die mense bymekaar gekry om vandag hier te wees. Maar dit is afgelas. Dit is die regering wat vandag hier sit. Danny. Ek is baie teleurgestel hoe ons in die Noord-Kaap behandel word. As ek kom by David Kruiper, hy is pateties. Die burgemeester, die MM, pateties. Met hulle PA's, hy weet nie wat is die doel, hoe kom hy daar sit nie. En die polisie kom ons kinders nie in nie. En die weermag kom ons kinders nie in nie. Ek is 'n NPO, geregistreer. Ek het groentetuine by skole sonder hulp van die regering. Die government geset maak voorsiening dat die military veteran beneficiary en die kind eerste voorkeur moet kry by alle werke wat in 'n munisipaliteitsregsgebied uitkom. Die veteran beneficiary eerste tenners, maar hy werk nie hierso nie. Ons is almal veterans gewees, ongeag jou kleur. Ons het gebeklei vir die land. Maar nie een van die verskillende departemente kyk na ons military veterans, ons is honger. Ons kry nie werk nie, ons kinders kry nie werk nie. Ek is 'n geregistreerde kontrakteur, ek is Dennis Duiker Constructions. Ek is Duiker Plumbing Services. En dan het ek 'n NPO. En dan het ek 'n sekuriteitsmaatskappy. Wat ek by die sonplan, die een op die olifant, op die Groblaas Hooppad. Ons het gaan uitvra daar. Hulle beteken vir ons niks. Sekere mense van Keimoes het baat gevind by die sonplan. Hulle breek op Facebook met hulle se strandhuise. Kollek ons gemeenskappe. Nou met die premier se besoek, het ek voor die premier gesit en die premier deurgegee. Onder wat gaan ons verskillende communities gebukken hierso. Julle hoor hoe praat ek? Ek is 'n infanteriehond. My hart sit reg. Hy klop reg. Ek het die premier verduidelik dat die burgemeester, hy lieg ons. Ek vra kantoor vir jare. En die government gesê maak voorsiening dat die munisipaliteit moet kyk agter die veteran en die beneficiary. Seker is kry werk. En ons kry nie werk nie. Ons kinders se series lê in 'n snippermandjie. Hy word nie gesien nie. Soos ek hier staan, met my God aan my sy, beweeg ons nou die kabinet wat hier sit, gaan 'n David Kruiper toe, dan wys ek julle uit. Daar sit mense wat die kwalifikasie het nie. Really?
Sorry, Chief. Can
So
you start
maak
summarizing?
die tafel reg as ons hier uitgaan. Dat ons dit wat ons sê en wat ons vra, dat ons dit kry gelyk. By 'n sonplant, ons het beklei by die sonplante. En daar's twee mense, ek kan hulle se name noem, ek is nie bang nie. Erik Strauss. Hy benefit by die sonplante. Nie een van ons taksies het ingekom nie. Daar sekere mense wat ingekom het en wat nou nog daar is.
Sorry, Chief, can you start summarizing?
Okay, baie dankie meneer.
Thanks, colleagues. Thank you very much. I think we've got now the agenda. And the last comment, honestly, about empowerment, particularly of vulnerable groups, is not only military veterans, it's young people, it's women, it's people with disabilities, it's rural communities. So it's a cross-cutting theme around empowerment. And colleagues, I'm gonna do this. We are gonna allow the three departments, because some of the things you have raised actually fits in their mandate. There might be lack of information. And I think that we must allow them to present on what they're thinking, on what they're doing. And I want to emphasize, the commission is not government. You know, when people say, I don't trust you, I'm saying, I'm gonna work with you until you trust me. So we will not accept to be banned from communities because we want them to trust us. So each time you don't trust us, we'll go back and redouble our efforts. We'll go back and work harder. We'll not say, hey, we're no more trusted in the Northern Cape, in Upington, let us run to Springbok. We'll come back here and win our trust. So, and that is the spirit we are here for. And that is my summary. But in terms of the issues you have raised, so that you have raised issues of mining compliance, of rehabilitation, of the impact of waste management, of local content, of land use management, of the impact on agriculture, the issue of curriculum, the general issue of awareness. And the other underlying theme I've picked up is supporting community volunteerism. And I don't hear NGOs saying that they want to get salaries. They are saying that they need to be supported to be able to deliver. And the debate is around in the country. How do you thank community work? So you might be saying it in the basic ways, but that is actually debate in the country. How do you incentivize community work, whether it's in education, in health, in food security, but you're actually doing half of the work some of the social workers and the teachers and the agricultural extension officers are doing. So I'll summarize it and stop at that and just outline. We are at 12 o'clock. We are 5 to 12. I want to propose that the following departments, Agriculture, Economic Development, and COGDA, come and make their presentation. Then Devon will just summarize the work that the PCC is doing around coordinating a study on employment, on social ownership, which is the issues you are raising about, as well as diversification of the economy. Then we'll have an open discussion on those, as well as a number of questions around how do we agree on certain things? What do we do with the things we don't agree upon? What are the quick projects we can do? So that would be what Commissioner Mbodi will take us through, facilitators of a set of questions that as we speak will be able to answer. And then would outline a way forward on how do we put the plans into practice, not as promises, but we're not gonna give you anything. We're gonna work together to deliver something. So giving, the commission does not give. We hold each other with hand. So for us, it's partnership. It's not service delivery. Partnership works better than service delivery. But I am gonna risk based on trust. That you
okay. Very much short. I just want to say to you that if we start with the next session. I will be the first speaker.
That's
So then we stop there right now, and I will continue at that time. Would you please? Carry? Thank you.
We are sure that it will still be relevant to the presentations.
Oh, yeah, definitely it is. Sure. So can I continue now quickly, or can we after? No problem. Thank you so much.
Let me formally, I almost did not introduce you, but I can introduce you at home. Yeah. But Brian Fisher is in the Department of Environment, Agriculture, Rural Development and Land Reform, and he's leading the climate change portfolio in the department. And we think that he should be able to give us some input on both the mitigation and adaptation side. And you can fire at will. This is the man I don't want you to be sorry for. You can, I'll just protect him physically, but emotionally you can go for it. Thank you.
Ek is nou redelik bang om te praat met al julle kommentaar en so. So ek is redelik versigtig om te sê wat ek wil sê. So miskien ek my presentation 'n bietjie verander en 'n bietjie sagter maak. Ek wil net vir daai dame sê oor jou 60 mense of vir almal in die huis. Ons is 'n departement of vullisverwydering en sulke goed val ook onder ek is Brian Fisher, ek is die direkteur van omgewingsbestuur in die provinsie. Ek is verantwoordelik vir environmental impact assessments, lugbesoedeling, vullisverwydering, intergovernmental relations, climate change. So ek het 'n baie groot portefeulje. Maar in terme van vullisverwydering, ons het 'n kantoor in elke distrik. So ek versoek julle om na die distriksdepartement of kantore toe te gaan en te versoek of vrae te vra of hoe kan ons julle bystaan. Ons het nou nie miljoene en miljoene rande nie, maar ons kan julle oor 'n periode van tyd help. En as jy nie samewerking kry by die distrikskantoor nie, dan het jy die vrymoedigheid om my direk te kontakteer dat ek met daai mense dan praat. Maar ons as 'n departement wil assisteer. Ons wil help dat die verwydering van vullis uit ons gemeenskappe plaasvind. So dis nie dat ons onbereidwillig is nie. Ek weet net nie baie keer van wat gebeur in die distrik. So as julle nie samewerking kry van die distrikskantoor nie, voel vry om my direk te kontak en dan sal ons kyk hoe gaan ons te werke om julle te help met toerusting. Partykeer kan ons help met 'n EPWP helkie nou en dan, maar dit sal afhang van ons begroting en sulke goed en ons kan nie almal help nie. Verstaan jy? So ons sal en ek hou van 'n 5-jaar projek. So as jy iets het van kan jy my nie hoor nie. Kan jy my nou hoor? Kan jy my nou hoor? Okay. So ek hou van 'n 5-jaar projek omdat vullisverwydering so duur projek is. So as ons 'n ding oor 5 jaar periode kan doen, dan is dit volhoubaar en dit create jobs. Sorry, ek gaan my Afrikaans en Engels meng omdat baie keer is dit moeilik om die wetenskaplike terme in Afrikaans te verduidelik. So laat ek nou begin amptelik met die presentation. Wie van my kan sê wat is daai? Wie kan vir my sê wat is dit? Okay, who can tell me what's that? It's a globe, it's the earth, but actually it's home. It's all of ours home. And you see how beautiful God made it. Blue, clean, pristine. God made that. He created it in perfection. What have we done? We have polluted it with chemicals. We've polluted our water. We've polluted the soil. That beautiful globe you're seeing from outer space looks like this in reality. When we come and zoom in, we're looking at filthy water, filthy soil, filthy air. We're looking at a polluted environment, a sick environment. And a sick environment means a sick community. We are dependent on our environment. The environment does not care about us. If we leave this building for eternity, grass, trees will go through it again. It will disappear. It will become part of the forest again. we as human beings are destroying the world. And the world is retaliating with extreme weather events or the environment. So what we must realize is if we have a healthy environment, we will have a healthy community which are able to be economically fit and to work. But if we have a sick environment, a polluted environment, our people are sick and unable to work. And we cannot blame the people once they are sick because the environment is dirty. So we must maintain a clean environment. The other thing is just moving a little slowly. Why is this thing? Okay. We have a constitution which ensures not just certain people, not just a certain class of person, not a certain color. Our constitution 24 ensures everyone is entitled to a safe and healthy environment. And to ensure that their well-being is protected, not certain people. To have an environment protected for the benefit of our generation and future generations to come through reasonable legislative and other measures. So, for example, prevent pollution and ecological declaration. So we are responsible to protect our environment against pollution, promote conservation. If we steal all the reptiles and all the succulent plants in our environment, we are destroying our livelihoods. That plant, that succulent, that reptile has a role to play within our health, within our well-being. So we must protect it. We must make sure it stays there and secure ecologically sustainable development and use of natural resources while promoting justifiable economic and social development. What does that say? It says, do not take the reptile, do not take but do it sustainably. Do it that for my grandchild can also have benefit of that succulent plant, of that reptile, so that we can continue to have a healthy ecosystem. Because if we do not have a healthy ecosystem, we cannot have a healthy environment. And out of the Constitution, we have the Air Quality Act, we have the Waste Management, we have the Coastal Management Act. We have a whole variety of environmental legislation to protect the environment that we can use. Then we go down to the municipalities where there are bylaws that are implemented. But we must have the willingness and the political will to implement our bylaws, our legislation. If we do not have that, then legislation means nothing. So climate change is basically attributed to the indirect and direct human activity that takes place through our carbon usage. So we change the content of the atmosphere, we add more carbon, it changes the atmosphere gets hotter, and so we have a changing environment much faster. We must also acknowledge that climate change is a natural phenomenon. It would have taken place anyway, but instead of taking place over 100 years, it's now taking place over 50 years. So the human activity has sped up climate change. We are speeding up the change through our selfish and inconsiderate usage of natural resources. Okay, the largest portion of the South African population has a low resilience. That means financially people are not able to adapt to climate change. So they are going to take the full brunt of climate change. When it storms, rains, floods, who are the ones that suffer? The vulnerable, the poor, and the people that are put into the poorest land use zones, old riverbeds that start flowing. Climate change generates events that become worse. Much of the Northern Cape has a low and variable rainfall. So that means for the last 3 years, we've noted that that we're having high rainfall currently. But that doesn't mean it's going to be like that for the rest of eternity. It is predicted that next year our rainfall is going to have a significant dip. We can have much less rainfall. And of the 6 models used in the Northern Cape to determine the impact of climate change, 5 models have indicated that the Northern Cape is going to be the severest affected province in the country. In the country, meaning that we are going to become much drier over the next 50 to 100 years. One model has indicated that we could become wetter. So of the 6 models used, 5 have indicated a drier scenario, and 1 model has predicted a wetter scenario. So we as a community of the Northern Cape must already start adapting and changing our ways to a drier scenario, because what we're going through now is what we call climate variability. It means it's the transition from where we were 10 years ago to where we're moving. So we're going to have wet years, dry years, wet years, dry years, till we've become mature and become an adult. So we are currently going through our teenage years, and then once we've converted into our maturity, we will be in a constant climate. So we must remember that Upington, that we've heard, had high temperatures already. Add another 7 degrees in 50 years. The interior of the Northern Cape is going to increase with a predicted maximum of 7 degrees. The coast of our province will increase with 4 degrees. So if you are making Upington 52 degrees now, in 50 years' time, it's going to be 57 degrees. So imagine an Upington at 57 degrees in summer, where there's nowhere to hide. There is nowhere to hide. We're going to have environmental refugees where water dries up in, for example, Pitsonavata, and the people will be moving. You have the globe, And then we have our atmosphere around our globe. Now, what happens is when we put too much carbon or pollutant matter into the atmosphere, it causes a greenhouse gas. That means the long rays of the sun come in, it heats the earth to a certain degree. Once the earth can no longer absorb sunlight, it radiates what we call short rays back into the atmosphere. But these pollutants that are in the air trap the short rays. So the short rays cannot go back to space. So they bounce in between the pollution surrounding the globe, bouncing up and down, heating up the atmosphere. And that's what is actually the scientific term of climate change. Climate change leads to increased temperatures, variable rainfall. So that means one is to change our behavior. and to do things differently. And if we do not do that, we are heading one way. We need to change our ways. And this, once again, it's not certain people, all of us have to change our ways of doing things and not concentrate on doing things the old way. We all have to start recycling, using water conservatively. We need to manage our resources correctly. Mitigation is by building a dam, building fences around structures that we don't have it washed away. So we have to adapt and we have to mitigate. Those are the only two approaches we have for climate change. And what is the sadness or the hartseer van klimaatsverandering, klimaatsverandering, is dat ons bydra daartoe is baie laag. Ons het nie baie industrie nie, so ons bydra is baie laag, maar ons gaan die grootste impak van dit voel. Lande soos Amerika, Rusland, China, hulle aktiwiteite gaan ons affekteer. Mense kan dit nie glo nie, maar dit is hoe die weer werk. Die besoedeling gaan daarop en het land hierso. En dit is hoekom die Noord-Kaap geïdentifiseer as die area wat die ergste van geaffekteer word. And just for some interesting facts, we all want to live like, for example, people in Camps Bay. Now, for all South Africans to live like people living in Camps Bay, we need 3.5 planets. Of the same resource we have now, we have one planet. We saw earlier, we've got one planet. But if all of us in South Africa want to live like a Camps Bay person, we need 3.5 planets of that resource. Mahatma Gandhi said in 1926, he told a British journalist, he said, the journalist asked him, do you not wish the same wealth for India than what the British have? And Mahatma Gandhi said, if England has stripped the world of half the resources to get to where they are, how many planets do I not need to get to India to get to that same level of resource, to have the same wealth as what the British have? If we want to live like the Americans with the big Fords and stuff like that, we need 9 planets. As a South Africa, just for South Africa to live like Americans, we need 9 planets of the same resource. So it is not sustainable. We need to look at how do we use the resources we have to the benefit of us all, not to a certain group of people. And that's what I'm saying. I've heard. We must not let, I was saying earlier to someone, we have got internal imperialists that are coming to our province to steal our light, our resource. Gauteng have had the opportunity with the gold mines. The Western Cape have had the opportunity. Why do people want to steal our resource as a province? It's our chance to make money. It is our chance to make our own Anton Ruperts, our own rich people. Because the sun, the resource is here. Why are we buying solar panels out of Gauteng and the Western Cape? Why is the factory not in the Northern Cape? We are the king of renewables. We are the king, but we're buying our resources from other provinces. Why are the wind farm propellers being made in the Western Cape, in Atlantis? Why not here? We are the ones that are using it. But the province is quiet. We are quiet. And we should be demanding, if you come build a farm here, you have a factory here for our people to have money to run those farms. Because in the end, we are going to be the victims of these solar plants. You may not know it, but for example, we are busy with a study in terms of micro environmental change as a result of sun farms. You know, if a sun farm heats the environment by 3 degrees, just because it's there, it changes the environment. It has an impact. It may be green, but it has an impact. And if you put, I've already told consultants, we are not going to allow 10 farms within 50 kilometers from each other, because the impact is going to be too great for that area. The increase in temperature of the environmental temperature is going to be too great. We cannot take the 7 degrees that we are expected due to natural change, plus man-made solar plants, then we're going to be at 60 degrees. So we need to address these issues now. Sorry, I maybe. I think that's one. Okay, so just transition is to achieve a quality of life for all South Africans, referring to adapting to the impacts of climate change, fostering climate resilience, and reaching the net zero carbon emission by 2050. Now, net carbon means we use this apple, but we're giving the apple back through cleaner energy. 5 minutes. Just transition puts people at the center of decision making. You people must become decision makers, not me. I mustn't come and tell you, listen, I'm going to do this. I must consult. I must come to you and say, what do you think? It may not be right. And I must advise you to say, listen, you have a wetland here, so we cannot do it. So I'm there to advise and to say, this is what we'd like to do. What do you guys think? To help poor people, women, people with disabilities, the vulnerable, and empowering and equipping them with new opportunities for the future. I must come, and education must come and say, listen here, we have to reskill you. We are going into the the skills. And that's nonsense. We must prepare ourselves. We must zone ourselves into what's happening in Northern Cape, go into that sphere. A just transition for all towards an environmentally sustainable economy, which needs to be well managed and contribute to the goals of decent work for all, and social inclusion and eradication of poverty. And this is the purpose of this framework. And then a green economy, I must stress, is a low growth, is a low carbon economy, resource efficiency, and social inclusivity. That means to include everybody. Okay, what we're doing as a province, as a department, we are currently rolling out education and awareness programs at schools, which we call eco schools, so we can start changing the minds of our youth in terms of environmental and green jobs. There's lots of money to be made in green jobs. It's an industry that is still infant, and there's money. If you jump in now, big money to be made. The correct management of landfill sites, effective management of water resources, planting of trees, smart agriculture. We've heard of someone with gardens. Last year I purchased 6 tunnels for schools for the smart agriculture, less water, higher productivity. We must have climate change within our disaster plans. Government buildings and schools must retrofit into a cleaner environment. We must have clean energy, green cars, electric cars. Government must be the front runner in buying electric cars to show they are really serious about going green. It must go into the IDPs of the municipalities. Procurement, people selling stuff must make sure they are selling recycled paper and stuff like that. So I'm just flying through. Okay, then how do we get there? We need to have a green, clean environment. So we support wind energy, solar parks, electric cars, clean drinking water, a safe environment. As soon as you have a safe and clean environment, you have a productive community, a productive economic unit. And like I would like to have shown you this picture at the end it's not me, it's not government, it is not NGO, it is all of us to take hands and to move out of this dump that we are in into a clean, green environment where we are all healthy, we are all economic units, and we are all flourishing. So thank you very much for your time.
Sorry, I don't want this discussion to be unfair, so I'm worried about the lack of sound. Unless you'll be able to speak louder, the only challenge with not having sound is that people who are watching this online can be able to interact with it because we're streaming it, because the cameras have got batteries. But when you speak, you will not be able to be heard. So I don't know whether you want to take a 5-minute break, but let me tell you how our time is going to run. Most people have requested. So our target is 2 o'clock either way. We'll be around, hanging around for those that are around to take one-on-one questions. But ultimately, the formal program must end the because people may need to. So I'm going to allow the 10 people 5 minutes to fix the issue, and then you can take a leg break so that they can make noise and shout at each other when they try to fix the electricity. So in 5 minutes, our shout will come back. If you are not done, we'll have to find a compromise on getting your sound to the people outside. But I'm loud enough, and I hope the questions will be loud enough. Thank you. Let's take that 5-minute luxury break. Okay, we have noted 2 things. The presentations are making you very sleepy, and you are here to know, express more of your views than to listen to stuff that we should be telling you. So we are going to propose, we don't take questions on lines. We quickly allow, and with no protection, so that we are quick. We are going to have the Department of Economic Development. Are they making a separate intervention? Bishop? Yes. And then after that, will be followed by the PCC on the employment and social ownership model strategy. And then we'll take discussions about 1:30. And okay, of course, the Department of Cooperative Governance and Human Settlement. Tell us about disaster response and dispute planning, etc. So can I call in the colleague from the Department of Economic Development to come and make the presentation and introduce. So that is my previous department. I'm responsible for my presentation focus on the initiative that we are dealing with in the department. Yeah, as a country, we became one of the first
reduce greenhouse emission by another program that is renewable energy. Independent power production. You see this around
in Kuruman, Namakwaland, Pixlikaseme, and some few IPPs in Francisburg. So those IPPs, they form part of the REP program. And then we have the white paper on national climate change that indicates that investment in the renewable energy is one of the most promising climate change mitigation options in the electricity sector. And in the main, we have a document called Integrated Resource Plan that plays a critical role in the country's energy mix. I'm talking about solar, PVs, your wind energy, hydro, and other sources of renewable energy. So in theory, this document aims to identify the requisite investment in the electricity sector that maximizes the national interest. So there are targets on the Integrated Resource Plan document that I believe, I think according to one of the PCC meetings, there was an indication that this particular document will be updated before the end of the year. But the targets on the 2019 are still relevant, whereas the time horizon will be extended beyond 2030. So much of work is done by CSIR to update the Integrated Resource Plan document. So as a country, we have attracted investment both in equity and loan to the value of 209 billion, of which a total of 57,000, more than 57 jobs has been created, where Northern Cape is taking a lead role in those investments, just above 60% of those value of investment, including the number of jobs. So currently, there are 46 renewable energy projects that are currently online. I think it's about 3,388 megawatts in the province, of which 33 are solar power plants, 27 PV at the megawatts of 1,420 and 6 CSP plant, concentrated solar power. I think it's about 500 megawatts in total. So in addition to the solar project, there are 12 wind projects. These are the projects in some parts of Namakwaland, including Pixlikaseme. So on our borders with the two provinces, that's your Western Cape and the Eastern Cape. So like I said, we became the leading province, taking just above 60% of the number of projects, including the value of investment. So there's information that I want to share with the community members. That is the study that I did whilst I was doing my master's with the University of Pretoria, master's in development studies. The topic of my research was the effects of renewable energy on communities of Upington, where I interacted with, in fact, the person who collected the data. I analyzed data as a secondary data. It was collected by my supervisor in the following areas: Kalksloot, Louisville, Camus, Upington, and Upington. So it was I think around in 2018, during the boom growth in the district. The boom growth was from, I think, when we saw this IPPs, in our province. I think it was from 2010 to 2018. That's where we saw quite a number of people in our province. So according to the study has revealed that renewable energy demonstrated socio-economic benefits to the community. And on the other hand, renewable is not always green. as it can often create conflicts between policymakers and societies. So this rapid growth caused by renewable energy can cause boom towns. Boom towns is just inflow of people instigating public disruptions at community level. Your areas like your Rustenburg, your Kuruman area, it's where there are large projects around that area that really instigate public disruptions at community level. Now, the main findings of the study are evidence of increased social disruption and crime, where you have, large number of people. Obviously, you must expect crime. So those projects are attracting people from outside, from other countries, from other provinces, who are not necessarily in the district for renewable energy related programs, who are doing business like your drugs and so forth. Even prostitution. It's one of my findings on my study. Environment, the second finding is environment and climate mitigation value of renewable are locally recognized, but there must also be an acknowledgement of local environmental impacts. It's where Mr. Fisher is coming in to make sure that they create conducive environment for those projects. Renewable energy create large-scale construction jobs, but long-term employment is limited. So a project like your Key Solar, during construction, it appoints about 3,000 people. But after 18 months, you only see 20 people, on site. So you ask yourself, but really it's renewable energy creating jobs. But there is a corporate social investment package that the IPPs, I think the certain percentage of their budget to make sure that they create enterprise development projects. I believe with those enterprise development projects, they will be able to contribute to employment. Renewable energy also contributes to the host towns' local economic growth, but the impact is over a short period. I used to travel to Upington from 2010 to 2018, where I saw, hotels will be fully booked because of, large number of people in the area. So in terms of recommendation of the study therefore recommends collaborative planning. Collaborative planning is an ideal platform to ensure that all the stakeholders work together to ensure conducive environment to renewable energy. Before you decide, you think of establishing a project, you need to get all the relevant parties on site to, to agree on how this projects will run. So taking some message from the president in his address to the nation, President Cyril Ramaphosa mentioned 5 key actions where investment in rooftop solar PV installation was announced as one of the activities to resolve energy challenges in South Africa. We are having endlessly, your load shedding will be here with us for so many years. But with this project, we see this project as one of the solutions to address load shedding. But 4 years before the president's speech, the Northern Cape provincial government had already identified investment in rooftop solar as one of the 18 conference resolutions. In 2018, in the Northern Cape, we had a conference after realizing that, there are quite a number of these IPPs in the province, and then we had to convene a conference just to, to create footprint of ideas on how do we transform the sector, because the RED program, you only have big players from abroad. We don't have, local participation. So in that case, we have developed a renewable energy strategy with an emphasis on rooftop solar PV installation. The strategy seeks to address the limited participation of SMMEs in the renewable energy value chain. We've identified SMMEs to also play a role in the sector. The department seeks to create a rooftop solar PV installation as an entry point for the SMMEs. So the objective is to assist the SMMEs in entering into power purchase agreement with the departments and acquire load funding from the banks to procure the PV systems. In summary, in 2018, we had a renewable energy conference 2019, we developed the renewable energy strategy. Between 2020 and 2022, we realized that we need expertise from our local people. We send out an expression of interest to our SMMEs in the province. 119 SMMEs responded to our expression of interest. I can say today that we have 20 certified installers in the province, all from all the districts. And then sometime next week, I think in 2 weeks' time, we realized that we need to train some of the top 15 SMMEs. So top 15 SMMEs will be undergoing reassessment in May 2023. So we have also established an incubation center called NOXOBI. NOXOBI stands for Northern Cape Solar Energy Business Incubator, where we are saying we're having these SMMEs who are skilled, but they lack some business skills. So the purpose of the objective of the incubation center will be to offer assistance to the SMMEs on how to run their businesses sustainably. And then we are working with the Northern Cape SMME Trust as our implementing agent because of their relationships with the SMMEs. So before the end of this month, the Premier indicated in his State of the Province address that he'll be launching this incubation center. So the incubation center will be launched before the end of this month. So in May, we are we're engaging with the various departments in the province through the Department of Roads and Public Works to compel the department to release their buildings so that they can create investment opportunity for SMMEs. It's where now we'll see SMMEs signing power purchasing agreement with the departments, and thereafter they will be able to approach the banks to fund the infrastructure. Yeah, I spoke about NOXOBI. I'm not going to touch on this slide. So we have our incubation will be centralized in Kimberley, but servicing various districts. It will be administered in a hybrid form, both physically and virtually, so as to reach the entire province. So we have the structured service offerings. I'll give you our website during the end of this presentation so that perhaps you can register some questions, queries on our website, and then we'll be able to assist you to give you the relevant information. These are the structured service offerings: vocational skills training, enterprise skills training, soft skills, operational support, and technical mentorship. So all the SMMEs who are participating in our incubation center will be allocated 2 mentors, the one dealing with the business development support and the other one dealing with the technical support. We have our partners, like we have the Department of Roads and Public Works, who are into memorandum of understanding with the department. We have the Northern Cape TVET College, we have CEDA. CEDA, we have submitted a business plan to them to assist us with the incubation funds. Sarebi, it's our South African Renewable Energy Business Incubator. They've been in this space for a very long time. We are working with them just to give us advice on how to run an incubation center. We have the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. We've got the banks, we got the ITLE Africa. They managed to get funding for us from UK PEC, United Kingdom, partnering for accelerated climate change. So it's in the region of 22 million, but that funding will be used for capacity building support. We're having CSIR as our partner. They have absorbed our 2 SMMEs for the incubation, for the renewable energy incubation. So the impact of the project, whilst we are waiting for the departments to release a tender for our SMMEs, about 3 SMMEs, they managed to get some tenders through this PV green card that we facilitated. So we have 1 SMME who got a tender from the Department of Roads and Public Works at the value of 5 million. one SMME who's doing rooftop solar installation on residential, which is around 300,000. In the Northwest Department of Education, we have one SMME who got a tender to the value of 5.9 million. In Gauteng province, we have one SMME who is appointed by one of the renewable energy companies.
Thanks
Thank you
a
so
lot.
much.
Thanks. Thank you very much. I hope I was not rude, colleagues, and I apologize if I may have sounded like that. If we come to the community and we speak to them and not listen to them, they're gonna call us back and the resources might not allow. So that's why I've got to cut my speakers so that they come here to listen, so that they can go and improve their plans. So apologies to Bernard and to future speakers. I'm now gonna call Pokda to just come and present on some of the interventions that local government, particularly planning and coordinating the work that municipalities are doing around climate change response. And I'm happy that the Office of the Premier is here so that can be able to consolidate this and check when the departments submit their APPs, whether they've aligned this. Because it's one thing for the colleagues to come and ask for public works to put solars to avail their buildings and for public works to do their APP that says they're all gonna rent private buildings, and private buildings will never give you their roofs because they make more money out of it. So I thought that we must just move in that direction. Coxter. Yes, come back, Debo. You've been sitting with the NGOs there. Now you must come here and be grilled. But I know it's not media. Yeah.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. I really appreciate the opportunity to be interacting with communities. Very, very important. I think that to shorten the time, can I have that presentation? But maybe firstly, I need to introduce myself. My name is Tebogo Gaolaolwe. I'm the head of the Provincial Disaster Management Center for Northern Cape. I wanted to take off my jacket because when we are looking at it, it has this Coxter emblem, which then says that we are coming from the Department of Corporate Governance, Human Settlements and Traditional Affairs. So I need to put it up front that my responsibility is Provincial Disaster Management Center. I'm the head of the Provincial Disaster Management Center. The PCC requested me to come and share with you the hazard profile of the province. I'm not going to talk about how I wish that my presentation will be flighted there so that everyone can be able to see it. If it is possible, I will really like that so that you can be able to see, all of us will be able to see what is that I'm presenting there. A presentation outline, I'm not going to talk to it. Legislative mandate. You know, our supreme law of the country is the Constitution. But our mandate from Coxter Provincial Disaster Management Center is that Disaster Management Act of 2002. Act number 57 of 2002, including the National Disaster Management Framework of 2005. As I have already indicated that we were requested just to come and brief all of us on the hazard profile of the province. But I think what is paramount for all of us is to look at the Disaster Management Act, which provide for an integrated and coordinated disaster management policy, which focuses on preventing and reducing the risk of disasters, emergency preparedness, rapid and effective response to disaster, and post-disaster recovery and rehabilitation. Now, I just need to mention, to make it clear to all of us that the Provincial Disaster Management Center is coordinating all sector departments. And when you look at the example of the COVID that was cited to this morning, that the lead department, when it came to COVID-19, it was Department of Health. But remember that there was a national disaster declaration that was announced by the president, and it was gazetted by the Minister of COGTA, so as to make sure that there is funding that is unlocked in order to deal with the problem that are facing us. The establishment and functioning of a national, provincial, and municipal disaster management center. So as I indicated, I think that all of us, we are very much aware that we are having a national disaster management center in our country. And we are having provincial disaster management center for Northern Cape, but also in all the provinces. As for our district, we are having district disaster management center, meaning that in ZF Nkau district municipality, we are having a district disaster management center. And this translates to the district disaster management center developing a district disaster plan in order to deal with the hazard that the district is facing. Now, when we look at this one, is the key performance areas and enablers. The first one there talks to institutional capacity. The second one is risk assessment. The third one is risk reduction. And the fourth one is response and recovery. The institutional capacity then tells us that in each and every district in our province, we need to have the head of the district disaster management center appointed. And that head of the district disaster management center will then make sure that there is a risk assessment that is done in the district, and we will be able, after risk assessment, we will be able to identify the hazard and the risk that are facing our district. And as a result of that, then we will have what we call a risk reduction. Now that we have identified the risk that are affecting us, you need to develop a disaster plan. You need to come up with a contingency plan that will be able to mitigate the impact of the risk or the hazard that you are facing. Now, on risk reduction, what is also very important is that by all means, we need to make sure that when you are doing a risk assessment, there is what we call a community risk assessment. I've been listening very carefully when you were indicating the importance of the indigenous knowledge, that when we are experiencing felt fires in ZFM, we are experiencing the floods that normally is traveling the Keiharip in the Kemus because of the Orange River that is passing here. What is the indigenous knowledge that we take in order to deal with the issue? On risk reduction, also the awareness campaign is very important, because we need to create a community which is resilient to the hazard that they are facing. The last one there is response and recovery, which is also very important. And I will just give a typical example of the flood that we experienced in the Keiharip local municipality. Remember that when we were experiencing flood in the Kamos area, the Kakamas area, it was not as a result that we experienced rainfall in our area, but it was because of the rain that was experiencing Gauteng, Mpumalanga and Limpopo. Then we had to suffer the consequence of that. And I was indicating that in most of the cases, there are the departments that are there that need to be responsible, like your Department of Water and Sanitation. As they are issuing out to say that we will be releasing water and all this thing, I don't think it is enough, because they need to be coming down to us to say that as community, what is that we are doing in order to make sure that we assist our people. The other thing that is happening, I think that we are very much aware that when we are experiencing flood, we activate a humanitarian relief in order to assist our people. And I think that in Kemus it happened when we were having a gift of the givers coming down in order to assist our people. Remember that more areas were cut off. Then it means that our people were unable in order to reach the CBD, in order to buy whatever that they need to buy. So gift of the givers came handy, and the aerial support was also very important, that we saw it happening. But this thing need to be a collaboration. Gift of the givers cannot do it alone without the assistance of the DSD, including the SASSA. I understand that I'm left with only a few minutes, but enable us. Information and communication is paramount. We are not communicating, we are not talking to ourselves, and information help us or assist us to make an informed decision. Now, if we are not going back to our people, because when there is a disaster or there is flooding, some of the people need to be reaching that information. Now, it is very critical that our community development workers need to be on the ground as they do, and our honorable councillors need to be imparting that information into our people. Training, education, and research, very, very important. Very, very important that we need to be embarking on the training. Let us not only look inward by training ourselves, not going to our communities. And the example that I would like also to cite is that one that is also giving us a problem at the Mir. The felt fires that the Mir people are always experiencing. I think that there was a call to say that we need to go to our farmers in order to train them on how to deal with the felt fires that we are experiencing. But let me mention it here before everyone and before our honorable councillors, to say that through the MEC of Coxter, Honorable Bentley Fass, and the head of the Department of Coxter and the Provincial Disaster Center, we took a decision to say that we need to procure higher fire trailer for all our 26 local municipalities in our province. The tender was already out. That person that will be procuring those higher fire pressure trailer in this financial year, those things will be procured. And I'm saying it publicly so that one day you can come to me and ask what happened to that project. Initially, we wanted to buy only for 10 local municipalities, but it was to say that we are not having 10 local municipalities. We are having 26 local municipalities. And we said that those trailers shouldn't be located at the district. Let it go directly to our local municipality. Funding is another thing that is giving us an albatross. When it comes to funding, is that you find that our district municipality are not budgeting for a disaster. You know, we are unfortunately reactive, not proactive. Because when you deal with the IDP, when you deal with the budget allocation, what is very important is that you develop a disaster plan. But how can you develop a disaster plan which is not budgeted? How are you going to implement it? It means that it's going to gather dust. The other thing in institutional capacity is that you need to employ or recruit people. And that thing need to be transparent. I shouldn't be recruited because I'm Khawlauri and I'm the friend to the councillor or the mayor. It must be based on merit and on qualification, because we can't afford to take our children to the school when they come back and then they sit with us. It can't be like that. Or you end up being in a work that you didn't study for. It is very, very important. But what is very, very important, and I think that our honorable councillors are emphasizing that as you are having a district disaster management center, warm bodies is very important. Appoint people and let people be appointed according to the key performance area which I mentioned there. I'm not going to explain what is a disaster, but there is one thing that we need to correct. Blessing. In most of the cases when my check banned, normally I'm going to call it a disaster. You know, I will go to this. But one check, we can't call it a disaster. It is a disaster to that family. A disaster means a progressive or sudden, widespread or localized natural or human-caused occurrences. It causes or threatens to cause death, injury or disease, damage to property, infrastructure, or the environment, significant disruption of the life of a community, and the last one, which I need to stress it, is of the magnitude that exceed the ability of those affected by the disaster to cope with its effect using their only resources. You will remember that a declaration, national declaration of electricity was done, and the national declaration of flood. But also this is information that we are having, that the electricity one was challenged and it was won and it was withdrawn. So it is no longer there. But what is very important is that with this load shedding that we are having, and people were laughing at us, that Northern Cape, we are owning the sun. For Northern Cape, we shouldn't even be crying about load shedding. But that is the thing, that we are having solar panels that are here, but they are not benefiting us. And one of the biggest questions is to say that you can't be owning something that is not going to benefit you. So this is the problem that all of us we are facing, but we need to come up.
You are going to have a disaster if you don't summarize.
All right. I will be summarizing as instructed. I just wanted to share with you some of the pictures that sometimes we reside in the areas that are vulnerable to disasters. Allocation of the stand, sometimes you just see people settling there without a proper consultation. So we need to make sure that as the COSI, the traditional leaders are giving stand, we need to be making sure that they are working together with the municipality, so that as you settle people in areas that will not be vulnerable to the floods and all this. When I was called Blessing, I'm just Blessing. I'm on the last one here.
One of the greatest things of leadership is discipline. And as government, we have called people to come here to listen, and we've got other options of talking to them. So let us allow them to talk to us today. And I'm as harsh as that, and as soft as that. But I'm also going to propose in my softness, Riverside, can you call environment, Cogstar, and tourism to a panel discussion in the radio station to come and give more information to the community in a 1-hour calling in Bizo? The PCC will pay for it, so that you don't have a problem of airtime. Councillor, you can join them, but we think that we must have an interactive radio discussion with Kurara FM, with Riverside FM, with Radio Temaning. But you can do your last concluding remarks.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Blessing. I was even crying now because I didn't sleep actually. Yes. On the concluding remarks, This is not my thing, but on the concluding remarks, I'm saying that I am not saying the world is reaching the tipping point beyond which climate change may become irreversible. If this happens, we risk denying present and future generation the right to a healthy and sustainable planet. The whole of humanity stands to lose. It's not me. It was Kofi Annan, former Secretary General of the United Nations. The last one, let's double down on solar energy. Let's be more energy efficient. Let's weatherize our homes. We can build a better, healthier economy based on good paying, cleaning energy jobs. That one, it was Ian Somahalda, is an actor. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, colleagues. I'm now gonna open the floor for questions, and then, no, actually, I'm gonna call on Commissioner Mbodi to come and take the facilitation, and he's got like 4 questions which you must start responding to. And as he comes in, can I just reread those questions, or will you be able to amplify them? But I think the key questions would be, there are areas we differ on, but there are areas we agree on. We need this discussion to start saying there are areas we agree on, or these are the areas. Or just say it will be able to pick up that what you're saying is different from that. The second thing would be issues around empowerment. What are the practical proposals towards an implementation plan around ownership, around SMME development, around empowerment? Now, and then what are the issues around planning and policy making? You've heard the disaster management center colleagues have started telling us that districts don't budget, now councillor must go and look for her money. Or province does not budget, district must go and look for the money. Or the rules they've made are rules that were there before climate change, so they are no more necessary or they are no more helpful. If you could just give us some of those ideas. And then the last question would be, what next? What do you want the PCC together with you do next? Do you want you to help us to do business plans? Do you want us to help you with awareness? Do you want us to have smaller community meetings so that we could then come out and say, we're given the following 4 things by the Northern Cape, and we'll talk to government and other partners in the province to take it forward. With those, and I'll be coming back, it does not mean that he's soft. I'm still his timekeeper. So even if he's facilitating, I'll be taking his time. Thank you, Commissioner Mbodi.
Thank you. The most important thing for us to come do here was not to come and talk, was to come and listen. I think that is the most important aspect of why we were here. Secondly, I think it is important to mention this. It was not yet, we were not here to come and give platform to government departments. Government departments need to find their own space and talk to their people. And also the issues, I mean, the other issues that is raising are correct, that you can facilitate a radio interview and things like that. But most likely, we were supposed to be sitting and the government listen to the people, not the other way around. So now I'm going to give you a chance to speak. And as you speak, I want you to remember this. We have already complained and we have got a lot of complaints, but I think let's point to the solution. And I just want to direct us in the same manner in which he directed you. If there are projects that you have in your thought, raise your hand, raise the name of the project, what it does and what it needs. And wherein you need training, you need to raise your hands and say, we are young people, maybe we need this, we need that. Those things are important more than to complain, because every place we go to, we know there are complaints. The complaints are not the same, but the solutions also. The complaints may be the same, the solutions are different depending on where you are, right? So I want us to focus. He says he's gonna time me, but I think I won't allow the people to be timed out. Let me be on my own. Can you give him the microphone, please? The microphone, And can I make a suggestion? Whatever we do, let's not do more than 2 minutes, right? Per person.
I'll try. I'll try my best.
Good day, everybody. I will proceed in Afrikaans. Okay. Die samenvatting. The primitive way for us is to make fire. Because of load shedding. And load shedding was not something that happened. It was a man-made thing from this government. You can differ with me, but I stand on my point. The next one is die verhoging van kraggeld, die verhoging van units, die verhoging van kraggeld en die verlaging van units. Dan moet onze mense teruggaan om vuur te gaan maak. En dit is pollution. Ons het gepraat van vuur maak, ons het gepraat van plekke wat afbrand. Ek wil ook hier inkom, wanneer ons praat van brande, voorbrande met onze boere, de farmers on the lands. Okay? Laat ons dan een dag uitset as die disaster management team van die ZF of de Northern Cape in whole, dat alle boere op een dag voorbranding doen. En dan sal dit minder pollution wees, want dis een dag wat dit pollution is, en dan moet onze brandweer, so die fire brigade en alles, moet dan bystaan. So they've got to support that effort. Not to complain, but we've got to name it, that there is no constructive firefighting anymore. There is no constructive disaster management office anymore. And if you talk about disaster management, why all this training from Kimberley? What is happening in Kimberley? And why must it be in Kimberley? There's nothing happening. The communities here, in the rural areas of Northern Cape. We've got to see that ons moet die ding in perspektief kyk, mense. Dit baat ons gaan elke keer kom vir 'n geselskap nie. Wat ek voorstel, so wat ons kan doen, laat ons met die skole begin. Gaan terug na die skole, toe sê vir die skole, hierdie ding is geïmplement. Ons gaan firefighting nou op skole doen. Ons gaan nou praat oor disasters, natural disasters and so on, op skool. Ons gaan nou begin training doen op skole oor sekere ander aspekte van solar panels. Hoe word 'n solar panel aan mekaar gesit? Waar kry ons geld vir dit? Die SMME's, waar kry ons die SMME's geld? Wanneer ons gaan aansoek doen, glo my. En nou wil ek die vraag vra, hoe hou ons die politieke persone se hande van die geld af, wat moet kom na die SMME's toe, of na die anders toe in hierdie gemeenskappe? Ons het al gepraat, jy kan sake maak, hulle is aangestel deur ons ANC, hy sal nooit tronk toe gaan nie. Hy word net verplaas tot ander plek en dan weer. Ek sit nou met die international qualification, firefighting, deep sea diving, and you name it. Ek kry nie werk nie. Ek sukkel vir 14 jaar om my werk terug te kry vanaf die departement van gesondheid. Departement van gesondheid het nie eens 'n disaster management team nie. En daar is mense aangestel in die munisipale areas wat niks weet van disasters af nie. Hulle weet niks. Hy het 'n smokkelhuis en toe gaan hy saam met die ANC en toe kry hy 'n werk en toe raak hy sommer die minister ook. Dit is wat gebeur en dit is die probleem. Die probleem is die government. As hulle luister wat ons sê op die grond, as hulle terugkom en ophou met leë beloftes, as hulle ophou sal op steel en korrup wees, sal ons 'n beter lewe hê en dan kan ons natuurlik al hierdie goeie se doen. Training, waar kry ons training? Kom ons gaan terug skole toe. Kom ons gaan gemeenskappe toe. Ek het 'n gemeenskapsprojek gehad wat ek gevra het, ek sal first aid training gee deur die skole, deur al die ander goederse in die gemeenskap sal hulle gebruik, gee dit vir ons. Hulle het dit geweier, local government. Ons het gegaan na die colleges toe, met meneer Seigo gepraat, hy het sy mense aangestel, wat het gebeur van die niks nie. So waar trek ons die lyn as ons sê ons het planne? Wat is die planne van die government regtig? As wat ons gaan sê van, daar is planne in plek. Kom ons gaan terug na die skole toe. Wat word gedoen met die skole? Wanneer sal die departement iets doen vir veiligheid vir die skoolleerders, vir die onderwyser in hierdie huidige omstandighede? Ons doen absoluut niks. Ons ouers probeer, maar dis baie moeilik. Daarom vra ek weer, ek sal like om later 'n one-on-one met die ouens het om vir jou in te lig regtig waaroor dit gaan, want ek wil nie tyd mors nou nie. Ek het gehoor wat is die vraag. Maar asseblief mense, dit baat jy gaan weer hier kom en dan gaan jy vir ons dieselfde ding kom sê nie. So dit is my aan die handgewing wat ons kan doen, hoe ons kan hande vat, doen wat ons vir julle vra en dan kyk julle wat is die outcome op die long run. Ons kan net suksesvol wees as ons hande vat.
Okay.
So vir nou baie dankie.
Okay. Just before we continue, I am trying to guide you, comrades. I don't know whether I can call you that. Yes. I'm trying to guide you. Please go and point at the solution. Let's not be asking further questions. Can we attempt to do that? Let me see your hands. I will start at the back. You, my brother, I will come that side. Don't worry. My brother there with, yeah. And you, my brother, you, yourself. I want to finish this side, Baba, and you, my sister. So in that order. But please, I will try to, I will type you here. When it is 2 minutes, I will make sure that others get a chance also, right?
Right. Ke nagana a ka re buile ke shebile program ne re tshwantse re shebe gore re tla ka di remedies on how to curb what we are facing. The other thing when it comes to the problems
Yeah.
re tshwantse re berekela mo nakong. Because we can't be sitting here and resources one nakweteli, and then you come nakwe lapisang happy. So we must act. Yeah, no. Saying as going to gore agar re media at large. They must know what are we facing challenges, you know. And next time, next time, I told you what the problems only it's 80% of our argument. How do we implement our the province raditsi tlar ha ke batla gore re la mathata re ba be re tla go tla go dula ha tse ga re mathata awa so ke batla gore re bua gore a re ra overcome yang o bana ke gore bogolo nakong a re tla solution la ka ntse bua a ke tlhole ke ra la ka go tlhola ke bua mathata wa bona. So re bua la gore re di berekang go siame ke nagana gore you understand me agree and ba re leng teng re bua la gore mathata a re na le one re a hetsa ya maar gona le something se le gore ke na sone mo tlhaloganyo ka re le na go nganka thusiwa ya go lebala gore ke simolotse kae wa tlhaloganya the struggle ke le na ke re ai ya buelela mo ka re ke a ja.
Yeah, thank you so much. Papa. Next.
Okay, let me say this in short. I've never been long, but I'm going to give a bit of a solution onto what we have maybe sometimes trying to achieve for the day. For me, myself, I've been spoken about the situation I see from the place where I'm living in. So actually, as I'm here now today, I'd like to say, let us now, as you guys here now today, let us you trying to came to the community and show the community that you are there for them. And show the community that the government is already with them day and night. Because we can never even live like this, saying that we are the South Africans, but we are the South Africans with none name. When you call yourself Gidiboni, you call yourself Gidiboni because of you have seen a lot of things. Ne? But now I want you guys to come and stand in front of us. The solution is this. Now is the time for you guys to come and show that the government is with Kuruman people. Those mines who pollute our water, those mines who pollute our soils, and those mines who actually they lose us. We don't even have a space to live on because of those mines. And then the productive, what they do in there is the disease from all of our people. So just try to stand up and show that people that these people need something to clarify themselves. We want you guys to come and get us and give us just a better living to our people. Thank you.
Yeah, please, man. When we're continuing like that, let's go solid on solutions.
Yeah, thank you. Let's go on to solutions. But I'm going to speak again. I'm from Kuruman, where there are a lot of mines, manganese mines, where 80% of the mines are coming from our side. But now we are here as Northern Cape, not as Kuruman. So I think we, the people of Northern Cape, we must unite. We don't want to say the other person from Gauteng or from Mpumalanga must lead us. We must lead ourselves. We must lead ourselves. We must have the representatives who will represent us on the climate change. We are saying that now today we are talking about the presidential climate change, which is a program the president Ramaphosa. I will not say he's a liar or whatever, but he's a liar because he came here, he led the people of Northern Cape here to promising that he'll do something. So now the people of Northern Cape must not come and lie to, we will not lie to ourselves. We'll push these things ourselves. That's why I'm saying that we have to make our own bylaws to render the services. So we, the people of Northern Cape, let's come together and then we Shaba, a committee Clara, lead in this program.
Okay, next. Let's save time. Give him a mic that works, please.
Thank you. My name is Andrew Sejano, all the way from JTG again. Court and clean. Kere kirukule muruti hare mabawa helo a honyelediwa kilo so ke be ke change ke re nna ke re mabawa ntha o ka nyelediwang ke di tender. First solution is a total abolishment of tenders and capacitation of state institutions. That's number one. So tendering. Sabubedi. When I was a little boy, standard 1, standard 2, standard 3, long back, we were taught cleanliness. Nokonale subject there, bunitis, hakizikas kwambal bitang health, healthy, what? I don't know. Let those subjects be incorporated again. Cleanliness, tikuluh, ini biduan, akiti ni biduan. Hati ke science konan yana marah, itu le na le mereko. Again, Bible. Let's Bible be another subject, because but there is what you call a moral decay. People driving car, throwing glasses through the windows. They don't even care who is coming behind. We need to teach people they must never do such. Indigenous knowledge, like he's saying, because COCTA is one of the problem makers. This department is causing a lot of chaos. Bohosi, Abu Boele, Bohosi Butlutliwe. This indigenous language knowledge is still actually. Read hore kanako irileng moageng go druase molao tso go khosing mara ya no magosi a gone yana ha utlwa ke re COCTA is a chaos ba tenderisa magosi ba tender, they are tendership le bone magosi, they are tendering.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
Uno so raise that about tender. Le health education ke go tlo boletse ka yo. O latela I think yeah,
thank you.
2 minutes, Papa.
Habone reo ke go paremo tlhokomeleng is blind.
Semi-blind. Hey, Moradisi, ke ne ke re tla ke leke go tla ka solution ya ka o batla. Ke propose a very strong gore re tse department di le 4 at a time. Di tle kwano. Because ba dutse yala mo di airconong, ba mo di boardroomong, ba bua ka rona mara ga ba tle mo go rona. Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. Re batla department ewa itle mo di community. Re batla COCSTA. Ha re batle unity e one mo COCSTA. Ya ka re ntsa presenta le a bua ka unity e one a re ne ga tsinye di unity tse di. Re batla yotlhe le solid. Hela ka re ntsa bua. Le one e contaminated department ya COCSTA e re khosetsa mathata. Re batla Department of Mineral and Energy. Re batla Department of Water and Sanitation. Halo ka re tlisetsa hala department tse 40. Ka gore ke bone ba ikarabelang ka dilo tsa lehatshe, dilo tsa metsi, mare ha o ka bona gore ha khobete ne re hita mo. Kuno go ntshiwa madi a kanaka. Agriculture e ntshitse 1.2 billion rand. Ha re itse go e heletseng teng. Water and Sanitation, ba ntshitse 300 million. Itlile mo Northern Cape. Ha re itse go e heletseng teng. Now, dilo tse tsa di tendera tse really ke tlhoka boroko. I can tell you gore makgowa ba ba re gateletse ka nako ya apartheid. Today, ba smile. Rona ba re tseileng puso ile mo mabogong a rona. Pelo tsa rona di botlhoko. Ibile go gongwe re heta re re apartheid e ne le betere. Borre mangwepeng ba le betere. Ke bone ba dirang gore re akanye jalo. A re bone democracy gore tota gate e tla kaeng. Country ya rona it's so flooded. Batho botlhe ke ma Somalia, ma India, ma China, ma Sotho, ma eng. Go rekisiwa di drugs left and right. So ha re itse gore ga go diragalang go la bokae. Thank you very much.
I gave you extra time because you are representing a sector here, people with disabilities. It is very important to hear from everyone. So can we feel extra time because of that? Next.
Dumelang bagaetsho. My name is Lema, and I am the director of Bright Point. Proposal ya ka totally thata se se builweng ke Bennett from Department of Economic Development. I am the beneficiary of those SMMEs by the training for rooftop solar. And I am one of those 20s they are accredited, solar, rooftop solars, installers. So, because the previous speaker really are monotone KP we own the sign. And therefore, Harry owner we should not be experiencing a load shedding. However, companies from outside of Northern Cape, they tend to be the ones who, take over in terms of solar installation and everything. And then I was proposing that since the Northern Cape SMME Trust, together with the Department of Economic Development, took some SMMEs, local SMMEs for training and all that. Why can't we rather specifically create a database specifically for rooftop and everything that has to do with solar? And then it can be a provincial database, it can be a district database, but it must strictly be for those companies that are dealing with solar, and then get those companies to get into database, and then so that when there is an opportunity for solar, we can just choose, or we can just select from those companies, because otherwise it's pointless if you are going to take us to the trainings and then you give preference to companies that are from outside and so on. Thank you.
Straight to the point. Thank you. Next. Because on this side, this side.
Thank you so much. I wonder if I should trace this one with English of Africans.
Go ahead.
Okay, John. I'm scared as I'm sitting here, Chair. Chusitswe ke taba ya di tender tsono di o bua ka tsone gone yanong gore lo allocate le di tender, so ke chusitswe ke tender you allocated for an SMME ya 5 million. So my question is to say gore kanti kwane what is an SMME? I khona gona ya motho tender ya 5 million but still already is an SMME, because e sabotage rona batho ba di ke na le 15 years gone yanong, close to 15 years ke na le company, I'm still ku grade 1. So how can we say tender ya 5 million over as an SMME? So it's simply clear gore gona le ke ileng teng ke dumelana le re hantise gore le magosi ba mo tender shipping. And the other thing can carry maybe loro dumelele go dina ya department ya nyena the opportunity go tla kwa mahatshing a rona, because clearly ga lo re direle sepa lo re thusi ka sepa ga lo batla pleke go go rona re dinaye re gane ka dipleke tsa rona, re gane go naya magosi, re gane go naya le di municipality dipleke tsa rona, because we are about go ya kudisoleng gone yanong go di tswala, because ga dire benefit. We are about to go there ga ke se le yewo re tlo go di tswala rena le yone e nngwe hale president ana ro go oketsa gone yanong o dira phase 2 ya teng go Groenwater gona le e nngwe kwa re ready go ya makutsileng.
Okay, next. Remember, are we correcting how you feel? You raise your issues, we record them on record limon, right? And we'll put a summary of what you have said are the solutions that you want. And that is the way forward we're crafting. It's not us who come from the head office who will come with or who come from Pretoria or Johannesburg, who will come with solutions. You have got solutions of here, my brother.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nkosinati. My surname is Boyson. All the way from Katu. from NC Marker and also DLEF, Hamakara Local Employment Recruitment Forum. All right, let me just shoot. Mr. Fisher, you mentioned something saying in terms of the climate change, say, in terms of the climate change, when it continue, will experience the lot of diseases in our country. What we need the Department of Health. They should be here so that we can address this issue, because right now we are encountering a problem in terms of the matlhoko a e le gore a teng in our community that we encounter, and lack of the ambulance in our community, and lack for people with disability and also people with chronic disease. Number one, number two, Mr. Mabele, in terms of the solar panel or solar plant that we have, yes, we are having a solar plant, the most in Katu, there are many, but the problem is they are not benefiting us. How can they benefit us? It is only every household, because we are encountering load shedding. Every household, there must be a solar, so that when it's load shedding in us, well, at least there will be a light in there. All right. Number, the last one, Mr. Laule. In terms of disaster management, we don't have information. Our councillors and our mayors, they don't give us the information in terms of disaster management. When there's a lot of things or whatever, any disaster that is happening in our community, we don't see any progress. We don't know where to knock, but we need the Department of Coxstar to come to our community, to have their own meetings. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to be very brief. It's Bitumelo again. I just want to mention something. We know what's happening now around South Africa. The protests are growing, in a way that we are able to contain them or to control them. Is because of lack of consultation. Is the serious issue. I think even in Northern Cape, I'm emphasizing this because the problem that I encounter as an community member, dealing with mine issues, dealing with solar, you cannot, if we give a community, give you a land, and then you go to consult in the people of Gauteng with our land. It's wrong. You must consult the local, and the local business, they must participate. They must benefit from that. How are they going to benefit if you consult in Gauteng? It's totally wrong. So I want to emphasize the issue of meaningful consultation, inclusion, transparency is what we want to see. We want to see our youth to be more vocal, more, they must be capacitated. We need education. They must be educated. Now we want, for example, we want to put solar panel in our houses, but we never educated them. We never capacitated them. But we will say, and we will come back to us and say, guys, you don't have the skills. But did you ever give that skills for us? It's a problem. It's an issue. So the issue of skill, we need to have center so that we can build this, the skills, we can able to capacitate us. We need to have more training center. And then you are disturbed. There's a lot of things.
Yeah, but
let me go. Let me pass the mic. Yeah.
No, I will control it from here. So you could have continued and finished your seconds, but it's
All right.
Go ahead.
Thank you again, Commissioner. You're speaking to Charmaine Banda, Regional Secretary of the ZFM ICTC again. body structure that was established as to say that we are going to manage and distribute community funds accordingly. Sorry, I have 2 minutes, but I have to do all of this at the very same time. Just to give all of you a historical overview, what happened in 2019, 212 billion was signed by Gwede Mantashe, Minister of Energy and Resources. And at the very same time, we were having these challenges when it comes to the solars and all the infrastructure that was happening around the solars. So we were approached by the IDC Industrial Development Corporation as to say that we must come up with community projects. Hence, we are waiting for Department of Energy to sign over the title deeds as this structure was established and it was elected in 2020. So after that, we identified a community project whereby we said to ourselves as a structure, even as community members that are involved, let us then see to it for those 200,000 RDP houses that we have in the region and sub-regions. Why can't we come up with a solution for not only us as community leaders, our communities out there and government, local government inclusive? I respect intergovernmental relations for you, all of you that you are, okay, not all of you are here because I was hoping Department of Energy was also going to be here. But at the very same time, we came up with a project as to say, let's install solar kit inverters in our communities, sorry. And then the project was then submitted to the IDC, to the various solars, as to say that they, in fact, most of the shareholders of the solars, they asked us also to come up with something, and then we handed in that project. Ever since we handed in that project, since the structure was established 2020, 2001, we handed in the project. Hence, we are still following up from some of these people. They are not coming back to us. We were referred to a Mr. Naidu, who's the CEO of the IDC in Gauteng. He then delegated some of his staff from province to come down to the region and sub-regions as to approach us to find out how far are we with this project. Only thing that they contradicted themselves with was the fact that we have paper trail, we send them these projects. It was the business plan, including everything that they asked from us and how many people, stakeholders are involved. We even went as far as coming up with a constitution as to say that this project will benefit our communities, and not only our communities, our government system, as to say, let's install solar kit inverters. We are still waiting until this day.
Okay. Okay, I want to ask us to do something. I think this mic is off now. I want to ask us to do something. Please see to it that you don't miss an opportunity of raising this with the PCC. You are talking of projects that were raised elsewhere. If it is the same project that you would need to deal with climate change issues, so be it. Put it, Ubaba, it's just that you stepped out temporarily. Ubaba tried to cut to the chase to say, these are the things that I want done. I do understand there are many other meetings that comes here, make projects and all that. This one pertains climate change and all that.
I was on my way there,
No,
but my time is limited.
2 minutes and you're already.
My time is limited. I was on my way there, Commissioner. If I can just continue.
Yeah, no, I will come to you now.
Okay.
Please, I want us to work together, right? Everybody, I've given you 2 minutes. Can we really cut to the chase? Because if it were that we would do 5 minutes for another, 2 minutes for another, it won't be right. Go ahead, finalize your point.
Okay, Commissioner, I would just like to ask from your office if it's possible, okay, if it's possible from your office, can you kindly assist us as to say that do we implement in the right channels, the right stakeholders are involved so that we can have this transformation in our communities, because we need those solar kit inverters in this community. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so very much. As we move, if we come this side, we would have finalized. We must try to also balance it with that other side. I've never pointed a single person that side. I saw your hand at the back. Right at the back. Yeah. Nilandelane, the microphone must come this way.
Hello, Dion here from Upington.
Yeah, in terms of JTG to me there, I agree with him. All the projects who enter our areas must implement free, prior and informed consensus rules. And I think communities can mobilize themselves better from there if they come and consult us. They just come and do. This is why we have all these problems here. We will complain. Actually, we complain for the last more than 10 years. And it will still proceed if the big corporation just come and do. I think in short like that. But the thing of ESCOM, the current substations and power stations, when will they be upgraded? Because for new solar plants, and also IPP office must come down and open local offices, because many organizations, they don't even respond on emails, complaints about all the solar plants. And then the issue of the trust, all the trust in the mines is the same. They are not accessible to the communities. They don't follow even the trust documents for democratic processes. And you can follow up. And there was a court case January in Pixley. They take the trust to court and win the case in court. And now the trust is open to the community, because that money is the community money. So, yeah, this is my points in short.
Thank you so very much. Next. Thank you for keeping to your time, sir.
Ek wil net sê, ek stem saam dat sonpanele die sonplase moet demand word om ons poor's of the poor sonpanele in te sit. Hulle moet dit doen. Hier's NPO's wat genooi is. Under false pretenses, is iets anders gesê, maar hier is hulle vandag, hulle werk direk met die mense. My oplossing wat ek sal sê, en nou ons slim kinders by ons skole. Ons het kinders wat nie kan lees en skryf nie, maar jy kan mekaar sin uit mekaar uitsit. So net soos die sonpanele, hulle se goeders, maar kan hulle skole toe gaan, dat hy kinders by die universiteite en by die skole vir ons sonpanele maak. En dan kan die sonpanele direk ook na die poor's of the poor toe gaan. Dis free of charge. Dit is wat die mense, dit is die rigting wat ons moet begin beweeg. Ons moet ook so, maar ek wil ook hê, as dit kom by ons pollution is mos nou 'n probleem. Nou as dit kom by pollution, en ons het die plastiek en goeders en die tipe goed gedoen. Kom ons gaan terug en ons kom herwin weer die plastiek en die tipe goedjies, en maar nie net herwin nie, kom ons recycle self ons goed, kom ons leer ons kinders hoe om van die plastiek 'n bakke te maak, 'n stoel te maak. Kom ons herwin self ons goeders. Kom ons vat die papier en maak ons eie papiere weer en materiale. Maar kom, hier's NPO's wat bereid is om hand in hand met julle te werk om die tipe goed te laat gebeur by skole.
Thank you so much. I'm liking this side. They are keeping to their time. I can see your hands there.
Thank you so much. It's me again, Sakina Jacobs from KMUS, Navaya Foundation, South Africa. I wanted to finish earlier on, but was stopped. I would suggest that we start to give out trainings. I mean, we are tired of this, people coming to us, lying to us. We are really tired because we don't say anything. For now, I can say that KMUS, and like she said, Kakamas has never received anything. And the smaller towns are the towns that are mostly infected by these things. So my solution is right now, for this pollution, this climate change that we are seeing here. I don't know how this, I'm not going to be racist or whatever, or I don't actually want to touch it like that, but I'm going to say it as I can. I don't know how did this Pakistan people got certificates, health certificates, to approve their shops in the first place. Because these people are having these shops in our areas. I don't have a problem with it, because really they are also assisting us with what they are doing around. But these people, I saw a lot of them came and they throw stuff next to their shops. Our areas are so polluted with this mess that is happening there. And our kids are running to these places and they are eating from it. I want to know is, where is the act of this? And how can we imply the act? How can we make this so that we can say, but we know the act says this. How did they get the certificates? And why are they not being audited as shops as well? Because pollution starts in the areas, not in South Africa. South Africa is the country. And this thing needs to be addressed very quickly because it's really, really messing up. We are eating from these shops. We are eating old food. We are eating food that has expired. There is no health department coming around. Can't we as the community being trained that have the NGOs, being trained as an NGO, doing smaller trainings underneath us to assure that we go around places and make sure that these people are employing. I myself have put myself up to do it for free because I've got the knowledge and the education to do so. Second of all, let us start again, as I said, go back to the schools. That is where everything is going to start and continue until 50 years from now.
Thank you.
So this is what I want to see happening.
Thank you.
Ja, wat ek wil sê die oplossing vir ons is as Suid-Afrikaners in Northern Cape. Laat ons beginne Suid-Afrika government implementation. Laat ons stop met just talk and talk and talk. But implementation, laat ons beginne implementeer. Laat dinge gedoen word en kom tot op die local mense. Want dit is daar waar die werk is. Nie net mense wat daar sit en hulle wil net hulle se geldjies ontvang. Kom af na die locals toe, na huise toe. As jy afkom, gaan sê ek gaan vanself in hierdie location in en ek gaan kyk wat gaan daar aan. Moenie net just net hier kom ek hoor jy maar net hy ou sê so nie. En ons Suid-Afrikaners moet ook begin ons eie inisiatief en idees het. En nie net so sê nog gesê buitelanders kom, hulle kan miskien kom ek sê chocolate maak. Weet 'n Suid-Afrikaner hoe word chocolate gemaak? Ons kom eens weer terug, whatever, even as ons water wil skoonmaak, daar kom ek weer terug by indigenous knowledge. Ons weet hoe om water skoon te maak. Onze mense het reeds al geweet voor hierdie buitelandse mense hier so gekom het. So ons moet by onsself beginne. Dit is my oplossing in land. Ons sit met hongerte. Land is 'n probleem. As jy ons mense wat skills het, kom ons gee vir ons mense, hulle weet van farming, hulle weet van plante. Hier is van onze mense wat hier sit, gee ons mense land. And education is also important. Dan sal hierdie unemployment, kyk net ons tikkop kinders wat ons nou noem tikkop, drugs. Ons sit met 'n mentally psychological problem mense. Ons praat van son penalties wat ons wil op die kop sit. Ons kinders het hy goeders gesteel, hulle moet geteach word, hulle moet geleer word, hulle se mindset, hulle se brains moet skoon gemaak word. Ons het hy met 'n kas, maar ons het ook ons indigenous medicines. Wat kan ons kinders se minds clean as wat ons buite sal opvat met chemikale wat daar ingegooi word en nog meer ons kinders deur mekaar maak. Dit is mense, ons moet start met implementation. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Mama, I saw your hand, ne? We'll put your hands down. I've seen your hands.
1 minute. It's again Momin Suleiman. Ek doen 'n beroep op die government van die dag. Ek is baie bly vir die skole wat hulle so bou. Maar as ons nie 'n plan gaan maak met die Nigerians nie, by die drugs aan ons kinders verkoop nie, dan kan hulle maar hierdie skole se bou los. Want onze jong kinders van die ouderdom van 10 is verval met drugs. En onze mense is so dom, hulle die runners vir die drugdealers. So ek doen 'n beroep, ek weet die government luister, die local government, hulle is ingeskakel by Radio Riverside. Ek doen 'n beroep op julle, asseblief, hierdie tuckshops, ons sit met 560 tuckshops op Upington, waarvan onder korreksie 60 of 70 geregistreer is. Het julle gesien wat word verkoop daar? Het julle gegaan en gesien, ek was 45 jaar van my lewe in my eie
You first, and the second hand, wait the second hand. Yeah, the one that is outside, let's not call him back. No, not. Go ahead, talk.
No.
Thank you so much. And so, ma'am, yeah, ma'am.
To love a person who really needs that? What can I do with in somebody's house to give their food? You want something? What can I do? So I come to when I'm and some of them they spray down. They haven't got spray, they haven't got. And I told them I can be a difference. Before I talk to them, I used to tell myself I can verify something, maybe I can doing planting for them to go to people's houses. It ask people, I go with them, ask people doing garden, something like that, just to make it better. Maybe a fabric, a fabric, not a fabric. There's so many things. So you make the water. People that can do these, most of our people, children, parents. So we can ask them to work there in a big the children days. The child. All children get a lot. If you get up, we get up.
Thank you. Now, this is how we close, right? I have considered 2 hands that were raised, that were outside the hands that were lifted. And I've agreed with them that they will each take a minute. And let's start right there at the back. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. And people. So Yeah, can you run those? We are going to be in top of the night. We are finalizing it. I would consider beyond my phone. So it's going to for a minute. Thank you so very much. Now, it's very important. What we've just done now, it's very important because you pointed at the solutions. Now, these solutions are the solutions that you can look back and say, we pointed at this solution. We wanted the hell of this that way. And you can make a follow-up question. It's not the start and the end of this. When the government takes trust each other, they still write to us, these are the projects, these are the things that we want to happen. And then will be that which we can help you with. We are not here to promise things. We are for projects, I'm sure that they have put the spotlight. Where you can find vacancies on this is how we want to see the solar panels being put on the roofs. This is what we want to control. We want to be as well.
So thank you so very much for doing that, which you did. And I will call upon, yeah, please come through. I don't have to do it.
No, thanks a lot. When I found out that was some of the before we want council to come and thank us and to give us this to the trial. We have to have this thing before the months. Well, just to say, around important job creation. So important around addiction. Not even exist. So it's really getting to things. I invest so
as money, ayaw ba lang input nila. Ek het verstaan as die gemeenskap moet ons oplossings omgee.
En dit was vir my baie belangrik.
Om oplossings
te kom gee. En ons sit met 'n probleem as die gemeenskap van ZFM. Ek myself as die kanselaar.
So ek dink dat moet hier eindig. Ek sal vra dat dit moet eindig. Ek as die kanselaar sal vra aan die commission. Ons bring net programme na ons omgewing. Oplossings vir ons gemeenskap. Na die gemeenskap. Wat ons gemeenskap Maar om toe te maken, dat we allen zeggen, waar van die tijd wat je dat iets om nog om luisteren. Van de gemeenschap. Het is georganiseerd. Het is bijna niet en voor mij was het bijna belangrijk. Zo, dat is maar bijna dank.
Thank you very much. I just want to call, and I was told that the faith community do that. But before I go, Councillor, we invite the rest of the participation.
Father, we thank you. We honor you. We give you the glory. We give you the praise. You are a good God. You are a mist. Father, let our spirit, as you say on Romans 8, together with your spirit, testify together that we are the sons and the daughters of God. Father, let whatever that is being discussed here, whatever any idea, whatever any mindset that is being speak upon here, Father, let it bear fruit. As you say, Father, your word will never come out and come back to you without giving or bear its own fruit, Father. We thank you for this leadership, for this community, for our leaders in our community, Father, who are working hard to make sure that our community, they've been provided with the service, with that making sure, Father, that our community, they've been safe. We honor you. We give you the glory. Go with each and every one with us. Let us land safe to our homes, Father. We pray that our God, whatever that we been speak, whatever, any word, any mind, Father, let it bear fruit, so that tomorrow when we speak, Father, we may see the fruit of gathering her today. Father, protect us going back, Father. Send your angels, send your Holy Spirit to go with us. We glorify your name. We lift it up, your name, higher and higher. In Jesus' mighty name, amen.
There is lunch being served here. Those that might have a few administrative issues around travel that have been working with Ignatius, please talk to him for those. Otherwise, some of us are still around to exchange numbers and email addresses. Thank you very much.